see the motions. It's the end of 11, so we'll just give it a wee minute here. Happy enough. Okay, members, welcome back again. So, Alderman Hussey's to move here. Just give it 2 seconds here, Alderman Hussey. We get it up on the screen. Okay.
Mayor, I move the motion as printed.
Could I have a seconder, please?
Mayor, Councillor McKinley.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McKenna, go ahead there, Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Philip, for seconding that. Mayor, members will remember that I tried to bring this particular motion at our last meeting, and members will also notice that there's a change in the motion, and the change in the motion is with regard to the health minister, because we were looking, or I was looking for the health minister to take remedial action. And indeed, I at this stage have to congratulate the health minister in that action has indeed been taken since that proposal, which didn't make it to the floor, but is now in front of us. And indeed, what we have is that with regard to letters have been issued to all GP practices, dental practitioners, community pharmacists. Those were issued on the 2nd of November, inviting them to make claims for eligible staff. And with all of these sectors, it is the employers who make the claims for the staff. The deadline actually for those particular practices was the 17th of November, and I trust that that deadline has been met to allow claims to be included within the department's December pay run. For care homes and domiciliary care providers, letters were actually issued on the 29th of October and detailing payment and claim process. Employers were asked to submit all relevant information by the 30th of November. I trust that that is a process and will be completed. But again, it's the employers who need to be doing this. The information has to be verified, and again, it's anticipated payments will begin to be made to the actual providers in early December, but it could take up to 4 weeks. And finally, agency staff. Letters have been issued to all health social care employment agencies. Those were issued on the 5th of November. Inviting claim forms and single invoice for those workers posted within the health and social care statutory sector. The final deadline for those claims is the 31st of December. And that moves us on to the last part of the motion, which is the important part. We call on independent employers to fulfill their responsibilities and ensure that those who are deserving of this £500 payment, this recognition payment, that they get that payment out to them. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Fred. Alderman Hussey, Councillor Keela Boyd.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thanks to Alderman Hussey for bringing forward this motion. Sinn Féin will be supporting the motion. Our offices, indeed like many others, have been dealing with queries from workers within the sector, frustrated over the delays in the payment to them. We do support these workers getting this payment as promised before Christmas, and this must happen. It must happen now. Back in February, Conor Murphy allocated 25 million to the sector for recognition of work. These workers have been frustrated since then that the details of the hours that they have worked were only requested from employers 9 months after the scheme was announced. So it was disappointing that it has taken so long for a system to be put in place for the independent healthcare workers, considering that the trust staff received their payments in July of this year. Many care providers were only recently asked for the details of their staff and the hours that their staff worked, but we're delighted now that this has moved on. This has been a perfect example of how social care staff and services have been the afterthought. However, supporting our social care workers and providers is essential, particularly at this time. Across the north, as it's been spoke before, there are over 1,600 people waiting on care packages, even after being assessed as urgent and necessary. So we do value the work that these carers are doing in that regard. Given the following of the recent presentation to council from the trust, we did go in detail the lack of workforce planning and the chronic shortage of workers in this sector, along with the terms and conditions, pay conditions that they're working under. So indeed, you know, a number of people within the sector did note that it is concerning that the department appears to have designed a system where there is no appeals process or system to allow staff recourse to funding if their provider doesn't apply or provide them with the full funds. So I would appeal to all employers and providers to do the right thing, as Councillor Hussey said.
Thank you, Councillor
Pass on
McLeod.
the
Could you
payment
bring your remarks to a close, please?
to pass on the payment to all eligible staff, past and present, so that workers get the pay that they deserve. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Michaela. Okay, Councillor Turney.
Mayor, thank you, and thanks to Alderman Hussey for bringing this motion before us this evening. The SDLP will be supporting the motion, and we're glad to see that these payments are finally making their way on the independent healthcare staff bank accounts across Derry and across the north. It is, however, regrettable that it has taken this long for them to receive it. Months after NHCF staff began to receive their £500 recognition payment, independent healthcare staff were left wondering and waiting if they would ever likely to receive the payment at all. Like others, our constituency offices in Derry and across other constituencies have been bombarded by independent healthcare workers asking us to help them access their payment and get clarity around the processes involved. It is a good thing that those deserving are receiving their payments, but we have significant concerns about how the whole process has been administered. The failure to get payments out to independent healthcare staff has raised issues around exactly what information the Department for Health has on these staff and the planning that went into this scheme. After learning that the department doesn't hold any information on the money paid to individual healthcare staff, just the employers themselves, our party wrote to the Public Accounts Committee to ask them to establish why these records were not kept and if the entire situation could be open to abuse. Not recording this information has made it extremely difficult to ensure that the right money is paid to the right people, especially when the payment is pro rata based on the number of hours they have actually worked. I have no doubt that this is part of the reason for the delay in the payments. The entire situation raises wider questions about the regulation within the private healthcare companies, but independent healthcare staff should not be punished as a result of a lack of oversight by the Department for Health. The Minister has confirmed that over 200 claims have been submitted and over 100 are processing through the system. But that means thousands of healthcare staff are still waiting for the payment and Christmas is
Councillor
fast
Turney,
approaching.
could you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Yeah, Chair, look, we're happy to support the motion, but we do have genuine concerns around how the process the process has been laid out, and we would encourage anybody who is entitled to the payment to get onto their employers and make their employers apply for it on their behalf. But we're happy to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Turney. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And on behalf of our party, we have no problem in supporting the notice of motion coming forward here as it sits and calls on the independent employers to fulfil their responsibility. But like some previous speakers, I do have concerns in around the process and the criteria for the £500. As I listened to media this morning on BBC, there was one carer on, and he maintained that he may not get it, he might get about £100 because the process is all down into the many hours they worked in the last 9 months or a year. And I think all our carers are deserving of the £500, no matter how many hours they worked. But once again, we want to commend the carers for the good work that they do out there. And many carers, as you know, Mayor, who don't even get paid carry out sterling work. But those who are paid out there, I believe, Mayor, that they deserve this £500, each and every one of them. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Fred Alderman. Do you have any, Councillor Boyd or Doyle?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to Derek for bringing this forward because it is very topical and very important that people are recognised. One of the things that I want to raise just in relation to this is that I was contacted by a number of direct payment carers over the last number of weeks, and despite the NI Direct clearly outlining that they would be included in the scheme, there seems to have been some confusion because when they contacted the relevant department within the trust, and not just the Western Trust, but another trust, there would seem to have been confusion with regards to their status as to how they would be paid. Now, I've had it clarified from the Chief Executive's office here in the Western Trust that yes, they will be included, but there does need to be some more information that comes out around how that's to be processed, because obviously they're employed directly by someone who requires care or their family who aren't as such employers in the traditional sense that would have, for example, an office or someone to process this on their behalf. So I would urge the trusts look specifically at that as well, but certainly have absolutely no issue in supporting the motion. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Derek.
Thank you, Fred. Councillor Doyle. Okay, Councillor Hargan.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting us in. And absolutely agree with Alderman Hussey that it's a disgrace that the care workers in the independent sector haven't received their £500 recognition payment. And it was right for this council to highlight that. It was right for you to try and push this issue, and it was right for everybody to get behind it. And I think that the main thing is that this money should be going into people's bank accounts as soon as possible. I do think we get into different territory when we start asking to thank different ministers. Look, the people who campaigned for this payment were workers themselves. It was the trade unions. And that's the people we should be commending for in the first place, forcing the government to acknowledge that they had to extend the recognition payment to many other frontline workers. It obviously didn't go far enough. And it's just very, very frustrating that between Stormont, the minister, and the independent employers who talk every day, that this is the bottom of their list in terms of acting on it. And just to tie this to the previous discussion, which is related, people are criticizing the independent employers right now as if they don't know how we all ended up here in Stormont creating this sector and encouraging it and protecting the employers over and over many years. But we just handed this sector £23 million right now with no strings attached. Is there any demand that there's oversight over how the money will be spent? Nope. Is there any conditions that the independent sector bosses drop their opposition to trade union organisation? Nope. So the runaround and the mayhem and the chaos in terms of regulations will continue in this sector, and that is Stormont's fault. But there's no acknowledgement here from any of the executive parties that they've created this mess. And they now want us to thank them for
Thank you, Councillor Hargan. Could you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Workers. So absolutely support the 500 recognition payment. It's very frustrating that it hasn't already went into the bank accounts of deserving workers. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hargan. Okay, last now is Councillor McKenna.
Mayor, I actually think I seen Alderman McCready's name. Just to-
Alderman McCready, if you check a chat box, I put it on, there's no response. I think he was trying to say it halfway through that response, so we'll just move on, Councillor McKinley.
I'm still
Okay.
here, Graham.
Check your chat box, Ryan. You can
Right.
come in after Councillor McKinley, okay?
Okay.
Okay, right. I just really I want to thank Alderman Derek Hussey for bringing this motion, and as it has been discussed by previous speakers, our concerns would be the trust we place in on the employers to ensure that these workers receive this money, and we fully support this motion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Apologies to Alderman McCready there. I thought you were on about seconding it halfway through it, and it was, I put a, if you check a chat box, I was looking to request if you're looking to speak, there was no response on it, so go ahead, Alderman McCready.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, welcome the motion, and the recognition to our care providers is exactly that. So I don't think anybody in here is disputing that. But when you look at the two big issues, and I say this because I've actually went away and done as much research as I could, because I was asked precisely the same question, saying, well, where is our money? And it just so happens that they worked for an independent care provider. So I went away and dug the detail as I could. And there's people have said in here before about, it's public accounts, there's scrutiny, and rightly so, where Member Tierney raises that question. And all public money should have the same level of scrutiny, transparency, and have a good degree of rigor when it comes to giving out public money. And so when the trust employees and our healthcare workers are directly employed by the health trusts, accountable to the department, then in terms of the oversight of that money, it's relatively easy. But when you introduce an independent sector, then it becomes a bit more difficult to be transparent and follow the money right the way into the pockets of the people who deserve it. And I suppose, in terms of time delay, then you have a choice to make. You either have no oversight and put out the money straight away, and then you're absolutely at risk of where the money could go and where it may not go against the speedy delivery. So there is a balancing act to get this right. I can only apologise to people who are still waiting under £500. There is no excuse, but there are mitigating circumstances, and we're not asking anybody to thank a minister or tell people in Stormont, well done. I couldn't care less what your position is on that, Mayor. I think the core and the nub of this motion is
Alderman McCready, would bring your remarks to a close, all right?
Yeah, so it's certainly just to highlight the actual social care workers, irrespective whether it's independent or indeed employed by the trust. They do the same job exemplary and equally well, and should be remunerated in this case exactly the same. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McCready. No further speakers. I see this obviously going unanimous, Alderman Hussey, but if you would like to close it, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mayor, and a sincere thanks to all of my colleagues on council. I think when this first was brought forward, everybody was rushing. Yes, we'll go with that. Everybody has continued that support for an important motion coming forward on behalf of actual workers who are doing the job on the ground. I trust, and I mean, I feel the frustration that others have expressed, that the independent employers will now actually do what they're supposed to have been doing all along. And I would urge workers to maybe even just do a quick wee query. By the way, have you put the claim in for me? Because it's the onus is on the employers, unfortunately. And I just hope that they will fulfill what is their responsibility to those fantastic workers who work with them. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you everybody for the support. Very, very, very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Alderman Hussey. Members, if there's anybody looking to abstain or against it, I'm seeing this is going unanimous here. Hearing all members speaking there, could you highlight down the chat box or on the screen? So congratulations, Alderman Hussey, that is unanimous, that motion. So well done. So members, moving on to motion 2, it's on Councillor Doyle to move. Just 2 seconds, Councillor Doyle, to get on the screen, that's that.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I take the motion as read and ask for a seconder, please?
You can, and I'll ask for the seconder. Go ahead, have a seconder, members?
Happy to second there, Mayor Rachel.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Go ahead there, Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Rachel. Mayor, the fish, Dura Columcille, has always been a cultural staple right throughout the last 100 years in this city. Going back to Tuesday the 27th of June to Friday the 30th of June 1922 was the first fish that was organised in conjunction with the Gaelic League. It is steeped in history. Indeed, on the third day of the first competition, the shelling of the forecourts took place. There were around 700 participants took part that first year. But the late 1990s, as many people will know who may have attended them in the Guildhall, there were almost 6,000 participants. And in recent years, whilst it is still very much an important event that takes place in the city, it has obviously been subject to a lot of the turmoil that is happening in our society at present, not least the pandemic. The committee that runs FISH is made up of volunteers. Aislinn and Pat in particular, who I met recently alongside some of our council officers. They put so much time and effort into this event because they are the real cultural ambassadors when it comes to Gaelic culture in this city and district. It's what I would say around this motion is that I have already met with officers around this, and what I'm not trying to do with this motion is to sidestep any processes that we have in place to allocate funding. But there is a recognition that over the 100 years of Fish Dura Columcille, that some of the best known talent from this city, but also from across the island, have come through the competitions of the fish. It is just as important to those who value Gaelic culture as the Jazz Festival, as Halloween, as St. Patrick's Day, and should be treated as such. And the fact that we haven't necessarily engaged as a council on the programme for the last number of years is something that is of deep regret to me. I want to see that changed. I'd like every year, whenever we put together our schedule of events, that the FESH is there, that we help promote it, and that we, as I mentioned, as referred to in the motion there, secure financial and logistical support for what is a momentous event. I do want to leave it at that. I do think that this motion will garner support from right across, and I would ask members to support it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Fred. Councillor Doyle. Alderman McClintock.
Mayor, undoubtedly the FEIS is certainly an institution within this city. Many young people have not only taken a first step on the way to fame or stardom, but they've gained confidence and self-esteem that has stood them in great stead throughout their lives. This is the centenary year of the organisation, and we would believe that all cultural centenaries are remarkable achievements to be celebrated by whatever section of the community so desires. And it is only right that we respect the long and distinguished history associated with the FEIS. I expect that the voluntary committee, with years of experience, will be working away on the financial aspects in what are, for everybody, very difficult financial times. We would have no objection to particularly in-kind officer support to the FEIS, bearing in mind that our council staff are already stretched with the number of council projects, particularly that they are currently handling. I'm sure there's a lot of expertise within the FEIS committee, but staying within our own processes, obviously happy that council would promote and offer some form of assistance, probably in kind. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Fred. Alderman McClintock. Councillor McGinley.
Very good, Mayor, Chair, for letting me in, and Councillor Doyle as well for bringing forward the motion. On behalf of Sinn Féin, we are happy to support this motion. I would say that a few of us will have had our own experiences of taking part in the fish when we were growing up, and as Councillor Doyle alluded to, you know, a lot of the famous people that have come through the city and district were part of that as well, and that's a testament to the work that's been carried out by the organisation and the 100 years that it's been established, and the cultural benefits of the fish in the city in terms of promoting music, poetry, dance, all the other elements of Irish culture and heritage. They're well known. We have no doubt that the centenary should be celebrated, and having spoken with the council officers this week, I'm aware that the Fish Committee have got an application submitted under Council's Community Festivals Fund, and we wish them all the best of luck with that application. I've no doubt the council officers will and have continued to work with the committee in the same way that they work to support all other organisations that are seeking funding for their relevant celebrations. Very good.
Thank you for that. Councillor Farrell?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think anyone can overestimate the impact of Fais Dura Columkill on this city and further afield over the past century. Literally hundreds of thousands of children and young people have performed and competed in the Fais over the years. And every one of our renowned cultural experts has cut their teeth and learned their trade on the stages of St. Colum's Hall and the Guildhall, and more lately Millennium Forum and Playhouse. And I understand the organising committee have exciting plans to mark its 100th anniversary. So it's right and proper that this council supports the Fais. There has been engagement with officers over the last 18 months, and I understand the Fais committee has submitted an application to the Communities Festivals Fund. The Fais needs our support. The Fais deserves our support, and I'm hopeful that the funding application is successful. The Fais is an institution that we can all be proud of, and here's to another 100 years. Thank you, SLP. Happy to support.
Thank you for that. Alderman McCready?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Likewise, fully support the motion, and especially in particular in the centenary year, it's a big event, one to mark. You know, it doesn't often come around in many livelihoods. And when you consider what a lot of the contributors from our members have said about the impact on young people, you know, how it encourages and really gives them a springboard into, you know, whether it's arts, entertainments, or fully understanding particular part of culture, then it's really positive. And in the same vein, absolutely, that my tolerance, inclusion, and indeed mutual respect for anything which does positive influence to our young people, absolutely. So no qualms here. It's just now, without taking and detracting away from the actual event, when you look at it in the context of the decade of centenaries, I really wish that when we discussed previous ones, that it was also discussed and accepted with the same level of tolerance, inclusion, and mutual respect that we're showing here today. But unfortunately, when I was looking through my notes and I spoke and I asked members to think carefully of other centenary events, notably the Northern Ireland centenary, it was met with almost disdain and abject opposition and exclusion. But I believe in order to break through that cycle of what I constantly hear in here, to do it differently. So there is certainly no animosity here. And this, as much as my culture as it is anybody else's in this city, doesn't belong to any particular political organization or anybody else. It's there for everyone, and it's a positive influence. Mr. Mayor, thank you very much, and I wish the best to the centenary group that's going to drive this forward on their application.
Thank you for that, Alderman McCready. Councillor McKenna?
Thank you, Mayor. We support this motion and would agree that we as a council should support all expressions of culture. Thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Hargan?
Thank you, Mayor. Yep. People Before Profit fully support this proposal. The Feis is a fantastic event every year here, and we should do whatever we can to support it. You know, the talent that comes through the fish, the cultural contribution, the positive impact that it has in society are all reasons that we should get behind this. I mean, it has had tough times recently, so I think we should do whatever we can to assist and help the fish and make sure that its 100th anniversary event is a massive success. I do want to commend everybody that has been involved in the fish over many years and kept it going. I think they deserve a massive tribute from the council, and I think that their work needs to be highlighted as well. So absolutely, we'll be back in this motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Horgan. Okay, members, I see no further speakers. I see this one going unanimous too. Councillor Doyle, you want to close this off?
Thank you, Mayor. Just really to say thank you to all the members. It seems that everyone will support this, and I'm delighted to see that. And hopefully, by the way, give that support to the committee. We'll be able to have a fantastic event marking 100 years for fish at Dura Columkill. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion, Councillor Doyle. Okay, members, there's a motion there. It's obviously a vote. Is anybody against it or looking to abstain? Could you let me know now or on the chat box? Members, the motion of Councillor Doyle passes unanimous. Well done, Councillor Doyle. Okay, members, moving on to Councillor Jackson and Councillor Duffy's motion to move.
Okay, Mayor, can I take the motion as read?
Can I have a seconder, please?
I think Councillor Duffy has seconded.
I'm seconding it, Councillor.
Thank you for that, Councillor Duffy. Go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Gormillet, Mayor, Mayor, the motion is self-explanatory, and I suppose the name Danny Quigley doesn't need any introduction. I would hope to anybody within our virtual chamber. Danny's a local legend, and since he begun his challenge of completing 10 Ironman challenges within 10 consecutive days on the 20th of August, he's caught the imagination of all of us right across the city and district. And see, when we think and put it into context around the main feat that was, the Ironman challenge is swimming 2.4 miles, it's cycling 112 miles, and on top of that, it's running a marathon of 26.2 miles. And there's only 88 people in the entire world have managed to complete that Ironman challenge over 10 consecutive days. So that shows how difficult and how immense the challenge is. And on top of that, we know that there was this challenge was done. The motivation behind this challenge was done by it was as a result of a personal loss from Danny himself. So there was a real motivation, and there was a real desire to do this. And anybody I've spoke to that's ever completed a marathon, for instance, has always talked about the impact that it's had on their body, the blisters, the amount of time that it's needed, their bodies needed to recover. And that's people who would have pretty high fitness levels. So they try and think of doing an Ironman challenge. The effect that would have on your body is immense. And Danny himself has been testimony to how this can push your body to its physical limits. I know near the end of this challenge, Danny was unable to get out of the car. He was unable to navigate a step to get into his home, but he's still shown that true determination to continue to complete the DECA Ironman challenge, and that showed real determination, and it showed heart. And not only did he continue to do it, he actually continued to increase his times. The challenge itself caught the imagination of the city. And I'm going to finish.
Councillor Jackson, you bring your remarks to a close.
I'm going to finish up now, Mayor, because I think the most important element of it is the promotion of positive mental health. And Danny's, by doing the challenge, he's raised over £100,000 for local mental health charities and created a lasting legacy where it's promoting physical activity and exercise as a way of combating mental health. And I think that's something that we should celebrate. And this motion is a way of doing that, acknowledging the fantastic achievement of Danny, his family, and his supporters, those that had helped him complete this task. So I would hope that all other members will share those testimonies and support the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson, and members. I truly welcome the Deputy Mayor's motion in this one. Obviously, as you know, at the start of all this, I met Danny, and I had Danny actually in the Mayor's parlour today, and he's absolutely buzzing, absolutely excited over this one. And what this man's achieved, he's achieved a lot more. He actually brought a city together. He brought dreams. So he did a district. So he did from all backgrounds. There's nobody else I ever seen done that. And especially the months we all went through, we needed something like that. And I'll never forget the video of Danny coming over the U Bridge down the Strand Road and past the Guildhall here. Absolutely amazing. The money he's raised and awareness about mental health. Danny Quigley, you're a credit to everybody. And as mayor of this city, I was truly honoured to have you on as obviously a reception, and your credit to your family. And I'm glad they call you a good friend now, it is. But I really hope members you get behind this one from the Deputy Mayor and support this. And I look forward to having this in my time in the parlour. So, Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor, and genuine thanks to Councillor Jackson and Councillor Duffy for bringing this forward, because I genuinely had a smile on my face when I saw the papers come in to see this listed. Look, I think that Christopher has put this in terms of the physical endurance of Danny, has outlined exactly what the rest of us think, that not only has he completed 10 Ironman challenges, but he is more or less a Superman in the eyes of many, including particularly young people. And what I've noticed in terms of his impact with regards to fundraising, particularly around mental health, is that there has been an explosion of people raising money, organizations raising money to support positive mental health on the back of what Danny has done, because people are rightly, and that goes for me as well, sitting in the house and going, what can I do? I certainly couldn't do 10 Ironman challenges. I probably couldn't do a 10th of one. But what we can do is to raise money and give those organizations the opportunity to use their expertise to help people. On behalf of Into, and on behalf of myself, I'll be more than happy to support this. I'm really looking forward to the event where we can confer this honour for someone who has given more than he probably knows back to the people of this city. Thank you.
Thank you for Councillor Doyle. I have a 10k fundraiser for Floyd Down syndrome coming up, and Danny's getting behind me on that one. Maybe you could do that with me, okay? Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mayor, firstly, I want to thank Councillor Jackson for bringing this motion forward. We in this chamber debate the importance of positive mental health in our city and district, and our city and district only knows too well the impact of having a mental health crisis and what that has on the family and friends, especially those who've lost loved ones due to suicide. But Danny Quigley took it further. He didn't just talk about the lack of provisions. On the 10th anniversary of his father, Danny pledged to do the 10 Ironman challenges over 10 days to raise £10,000. But I think Danny underestimated how much awareness and money he would raise. People were truly touched by his story and his amazing achievement. And to date, Danny's actually raised £106,000 for the Bogside Brandywell Health Forum and PETA. Danny is a hero for our city and district, and us looking at a way to offer Danny the freedom of the city. It's just a small gesture that could show we as a council are indebted to Danny and his family and his team. So can I finish by giving mine and Alliance's thanks to Danny quickly? What he has done is tremendous achievement, and he should be thanked many times over for his commitment to raise the much needed awareness for positive mental health. So we're grateful to be able to support this motion in fully and look forward to the special meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Alderman McCready.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Likewise, blown away by the activities that Danny undertook. About 10 years ago, I tried an Ironman, and I haven't done one since. I don't intend to. And the fact that he's done 10 consecutively in those 10 days and raised the amount of money he has is notable, absolutely. And when you consider the cause and the I suppose the influence to the younger generations and the continue eroding the stigma of mental health, he has done precisely that. My concern is that people like Danny don't come along very often, and they excel and do exceptional things. And he's more than likely he's going to have more to give, more to offer throughout his lifetime, and influence thousands of people more. And so, absolutely full credit to Danny and his team. A second point on the actual motion is I did have reservations when I looked at a freedom of city being brought onto this forum as full council, notwithstanding the merit which I have seen today. But there was a case where there is a working group which considers in the detail and gives access for members in the all of what has actually been undertaken. And there's an escalation of where accolades and awards would be befitting, and such as the Mayor's Medal and other aspects. And I just think in terms of looking back, generally it's a lifetime achievement award. And I'm just a fear now if Danny comes back in 10 years and does something exactly with the same level of impact, with no more escalations they bestow upon him on the city. So maybe just one for members and council officers, anything where we look at the accolades, merits, commendations, and the freedom of the city, to maybe discuss with members inside a working group and a committee to see exactly how we do that. But now that separate point is entirely separate from Danny, which I take nothing away from him. I'm just blown away by how he did it. I won't know how he mentally had the endurance to do it, and then the physical endurance is just incomprehensible. So 100% with him. It's just that second point needs to be addressed again in council about how we do this moving forward. And that's just me being honest with you, Mayor and members. There's no point me telling you platitudes and stuff when it comes to business.
Okay, Councillor McCready, thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to Councillors Jackson and Duffy for bringing this motion forward. We fully support this motion. Obviously, it's incredible what Danny has achieved. Not just the actual achievement of doing 10 Ironmans in 10 days, but also in the amount of money that he has raised for mental health charities. And in pushing himself to his limits, he's really done so much to raise the spirits of the city. As we collectively try to address the mental health crisis here. And I think we can rightly say he really is a local hero. And his own, he's been very generous in sharing his own personal experiences with mental health, with the loss of his father, and what that can, the effect that can have on you and your loved ones. And by his generosity and sharing that experience, has given strength to so many people experiencing similar things. And his achievement really has done so much to increase mental health awareness and the destigmatization of mental health as well. And as other councillors have said, he's inspired people into self-activity as well. Danny showed incredible determination, commitment, and focus, and really has shown the power of change from below. And we need the same determination, commitment, and focus
from the Stormont Executive to address the root causes of poor mental health and to properly provide long-term funding for the services that are supporting people experiencing poor mental health. So poor Danny doesn't have to do another, 10 Ironmans in 10 days to raise that much needed money for local charities. It really should be coming from the government, given that, the North here has the highest prevalence of mental illness, suicide, and psychiatric drug prescription on these islands. Danny has set the bar. He really has. He's done so much to support positive mental health. And now our government needs to follow suit, showing that same determination, commitment and focus. So well done, Danny, and it's well deserved.
Thank you for that, Councillor Neil. Councillor Mooney.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to both members for bringing this motion. When I saw it on the list, I was pleasantly surprised, Chair. I've known Danny for some time now, and I have had the pleasure of being involved in triathlon races with him over the years. And he's always been a very determined but humble person. Those 10 days in August, from the 20th to the 29th, were outstanding for Danny. He was able to raise a substantial amount of money for local causes, but he was also able to shine a light on him and his family and what the loss of his father meant to him, and how this event was at the forefront of Danny's race and those 10 days, and the underlying message that no matter how you're feeling, talking always helps. In relation to the event itself, I like to say that to do an Ironman, as Alderman McCready has said, a normal club athlete here from the town or anywhere else will spend an entire season training for one event. They would pick their race. Some would do a local race or perhaps go to the continent, but they would plan their entire work and home life around this event. So to do 10 in a row for me is mind-blowing. The physical and emotional processes that Danny had to pull off to perform this feat is beyond compare. And as already outlined by Councillor Jackson, he joins a small, tiny group in this planet, namely 88 people. When I saw this motion, I rang Danny about it during the week, and then coincidentally I met him in Ali Gore's Motor Factor shop on Tuesday. And we had a chat, catching up about the event and talking about the various moments through those 10 days. The worst part that we both agreed on for him was the fourth day, the Monday. Danny started to swim early, did his bike up and down the Castle Rock twice, had a hard day on the run, and he got to his bed that night at 12:30. He didn't sleep well. He got back up at 4:30 to start over again. But he got up that morning, got back in the water again, galvanised himself from then on, and every day thereafter, his times got quicker. That's just the measure of the man he is. But anyway, Danny asked me to point out that this is an immense honour for him, for to be nominated for this. But he also, like Danny, wished me to acknowledge all those who supported and assisted him throughout this undertaking. They are too numerous to mention here for time reasons, but he said, and this is his own words, they know who they are and that they will be forever in his mind and in his heart, like his father was guiding him through that event on those 10 days. Well done, Danny. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Mooney, Councillor or Alderman Corrigan? Keith? Alderman McClantic, you put that on the chat box.
Chair, do you want me to take it, Alderman Devaney, if Alderman Kerrigan isn't on?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, Mayor. I am here. Sorry, Mayor. I was trying to unmute the wrong device here. Sorry, Mayor. No, Mayor. I fully concur with comments that have already been reiterated there by fellow councillors there, and the effort that Danny has put in has been tremendous. The workload that's been put in, and for, of course, a very real issue now that seems to be a neglected issue, to be fair. And I know the health service are seeking to put that in, but the mental health issues now are such an issue now, and in regards to the concerns and particularly with COVID as well, and different factors there, and the amount of men who don't speak about the issues that are affecting them, and the potential of suicide and various self-harm amongst men who bottle up feelings and troubles and difficulties they're having, and then something happens, and it's a shock to people because they never spoke of it, they never told, and so that the actual physical work and the effort that Danny's put in to raise awareness in this. And to raise this, and I mean, I know of, and I mean, he done it over the 10 days, and a massive effort, and congratulations to him, and we will be supporting this motion, Mayor. And as I say, I think on even to a lesser effect, we had the men were around, and Mayor, you'd met them as well, the big dander around our wee country. Those two men, Connor and I can't find the other fellow's name, who done the walk around 430 miles in 10 days around Northern Ireland. Again, and they were raising money for local mental health charities. Yes, it wasn't in our city and district. And again, I know as well, even on our own, and the Derg DA, Mayor, there was a number of us done a wee dander compared to the rest of these men to raise money for Aware NI. So we do know that the good work and the support that these mental health charities need, and we congratulate them for raising such a sum of money and for the reasoning behind it. So, Mayor, we are content to support the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Connor and Ian, that's who the name's Connor Ferguson, Ian Reid. So it was who we got?
That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Duffy.
Good morning, Mayor. And yeah, just to concur with previous speakers, and just glad that my name's associated with the motion. And to add my congratulations to Danny Quigley. I think the work that Danny Quigley has done, the awareness raising that he has done around mental health has been absolutely tremendous. Everything has been basically said, but just to share with you, I was down the line several days during the challenge. And I have to say, the atmosphere from the people who were around and standing, waiting, or running out with Danny, or going on the bike ride with them, it was just so positive and uplifting. And there was families there coming together. There was a real sense of community around the whole thing. So I felt very uplifted by it, and I think, as you said, Mayor, yourself, he really brought the city together. So I think in terms of that, he really just needs to be congratulated. I think, in terms of Alderman McCready, I do get where he's coming from, that there is the working group, but I think on this occasion, we have a really ordinary citizen who has done an extraordinary thing. And I think on that basis alone, he needs this recognition, and we as a city, and I'm not sure who alluded to it, coming out of really strict COVID restrictions and do all that, it just was something that the city and district needed to lift all our moods at that time. And the awareness that it raised around mental health charities and the work that is being done and the funding that it needs, all those things combined. And I suppose just to finish up, I would like to add my voice also of congratulations to the Bogside and Brandywell Health Forum, who he was raising the funds for, along with Peter House. But the Bogside and Brandywell Health Forum do absolutely amazing work in the city as well in terms of mental health. So congratulations to them as well. Really glad to see the motion in front of us. So thank you.
Very well done, Sandra. Outstanding. Yep, and I would agree on that. At a reception too for the Bogside Brandywell Health Forum, the amazing job they do there. Okay, Deputy Mayor, very, very good motion. I'm happy with that. Do you want to close that off?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thanks for everybody who spoke and supported the motion. And to be honest, it's not surprising. As what was alluded to earlier, Danny really did bring people together. Outside of this chamber and inside this virtual chamber, and that's testament to the man himself and the scale of the task that he's achieved. And one of the things that I would agree is that I don't think Danny realizes how many people that he's reached out and impacted and influenced and encouraged to take on more physical activity and exercise. And all those people that doubted themselves feel that they couldn't achieve something, Danny has shown that anything is possible if you work at it and put your mind to it. So that's that's something I really look forward to. The event wherever Danny is has the freedom of the city bestowed on him, and hopefully it can happen at a time when we can meet physically, where Danny is able to we're able to hear from Danny and learn from the fantastic work that the Bogside and Brandywell Health Forum are doing, and learn, because it was from talking to Danny, it was really encouraging to hear that the possibility of a Danny Quigley fund emanating out from this that's going to support local people that are facing mental health challenges. So it would be great to hear from the man himself, and give his family and his support network the recognition that they really truly deserve from supporting him. And finally, Mayor, I couldn't agree more with Councillor O'Neill when she says that that we shouldn't be relying on fundraising activities from the likes of Danny Quigley. We need a properly resourced mental health service here in our city, and that's something we all need to campaign for and push for. And same when we've got shining lights like Danny Quigley, we're starting off on the best foot. So hopefully the positivity that we've heard in this virtual chamber tonight will continue on, and will continue the campaign and we'll campaign for better mental health services throughout our city and district. Thanks, Mayor, and thanks everybody for your comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Members, no dissenting voices on this one. I'm going to take this to unanimous. So the motion of Councillor Jackson passes unanimous. So members, the time is now just past 8:05. We're going to take a quick comfort break until 8:30. So I'll see you all back at 8:30. Okay, members, welcome back. We're going to move on now to the further motions, and it's Councillor Fleming, Ferguson and Mooney to move.
Thanking you, Mayor. And Mayor, if I could take the members take the motion as read.
Yeah.
And on behalf of Sinn Féin and in conjunction with colleagues from the SDLP and Alliance, Rachel and Sean, I would commend the motion to Council. And I would also want to start by acknowledging the work that has already been done in relation to this by local community groups in conjunction with RAPID, the Rural Area Partnership in Derry, and also in conjunction with meetings with council officers. And the work already done is a vision and a concept which, if achieved, would be transformational in that locality in the sense of a number of component parts. In terms of Enoch Country Park, the greater use and a safer use of Enoch Loch and Grancha Woods.
Just
and also,
before you continue, Councillor Fleming, I have a second there, it's Alderman Devaney, so I'll let you continue now with your 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, thank you. And in terms of, as well as the greater access to Enoch Loch and Grancha Woods, also in terms of the site known to people as the old school and church site being brought back into use. And these component parts, along with the Strathfoyle Greenway, which hopefully will go on site now in February of next year, will have a transformational effect, not just on the locality of Strathfoyle and Enoch, but also in the wider locality in terms of the city and district, and also would be very much seen as in terms of different aspects of tourism. And in terms of the opening up of and the access and the opening up of the recreation, leisure and healthy living, both in terms of physical and mental. And it is something also that has been included in the village cluster plan, which directly correlates to a number of issues that have been raised in terms by people who actually live in that locality, but also, as I say, would be as applicable in a wider context. And I know in terms of the time-wise, Mayor, so if I could maybe pass over to Councillor Ferguson, Rachel, please.
Go forward that one, Councillor Fleming. Okay, Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I've had the privilege to grow up in the Loch area and the Loch with the Loch on my doorstep, and even I don't know its full history. The Loch and surrounding area has its own unique history and ecosystem. Neve at Wildlife Rescue has told me on many occasions it's a glacier lake. She looks after infamous swans. She's also been looking after 2 beautiful red otters, which is on that little island in the middle of the loch where there are many stories of origins of the island and how this is supposed to be used by monks who were seeking refuge. The lands next to the loch are known as Mossback. In 1944, there was a Barracuda plane crash, which was taken off of Maydown. It wasn't until 1971 that the remaining of the plane and the 3 bodies of the men who sadly lost their lives were reburied in St. Canice's churchyard at Eglinton. At the time, a watch was found with the exact time of the crash, 2:45. Parts of the plane were used to recreate the world's only example of a ferry barracuda. Add this to the history of our own council maintained cemetery just at the back of Judges Road, which has graves going far as back as 1583. You know, the Enoch Country Park and the wider community's aspirations are to have a rural hub that is connected to our new Strathfoyle Greenway. Over lockdown, many people have discovered the loch and have used a number of different activities. It's a very rural area, and this has impacted on many residents. So we're hoping that with the Enoch Loch Country Park aspirations, that some of these issues would be addressed. Also, the Country Park aren't looking for capital funding. They're hoping with Rapid that they'll be able to secure funding outside of council. But for all that history, and it's not widely known, they're asking to secure a connection from our Strathroy Greenway to the Loch and Grantia area, which would be impactful for the new houses in Caw to actively walk or cycle to the Loch. It also would link the Moss area to hopefully a country hub at the old school where safe parking could be accessed. And youth services could do eco-forest schools and possibly aspirations of changing rooms. We as a council have our own aspirations to build our greenway further out to the likes of Eglinton and our council boundary. If we overlook this small connection, I feel we really are overlooking an absolute gem in the area. So this would provide space for a rural hub and a chance to fully explore magnificent history of Ena area. I hope all members will join us in support of this motion so that these links could be established in our greenway aspirations. I'll just move on to Councillor Minnie there, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to both Paul and Rachel. Members, following the meeting that both Councillors Ferguson and Fleming and I attended on the 5th of November, this motion has come off the back of it. We were addressed by Paul Hughes and Kevin Strathnairn from Enoch Country Park. I was immediately struck by the work that had already gone into this concept. Both the concept plan and feasibility study have been produced. The group essentially are asking for this chamber, to support their vision and call for the development of a rural greenway hub. Essentially, this is a rural tourism project seeking to create a new rural greenway hub, which will seek to deliver both eco, adventure, cultural and rural tourism within the site at Enoch Loch and its surrounding area around Grantia. The aim of the motion is to support this project for the Enoch Country Park, but to also provide assistance with designing and developing a greenway route that will connect both Enoch and Grantia and also further connect the private laneway around Enoch direct to the old school site on Temple Road, which Councillor Fleming had already outlined. This project will further strengthen and augment the ongoing Strathroy Greenway and wider Northwest Greenway network. Enoch Country Park have already engaged in extensive local consultation with a number of local residents and stakeholders who have indicated their willingness to work with the group together with Council and Rapid. They have already received continued support from the Rural Area Partnership and are hopeful of funding from a rural development source for their hub. But essentially, they require buy-in to arrange, design, and facilitate the proposed links already outlined in this plan. This project, we say, fits in with the Faughan DA Local Growth Plan, our Local Climate Adaptation Plan, the Northwest Greenway Plan, and the Green Infrastructure Plan and Tourism 2025 Plan. So, members, I sincerely hope that you would pass this motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Fleming, Mooney and Ferguson. Next on the list I have is that Councillor Doyle on that one? Apologies, sorry folks, it's Alderman McCready.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Can I just welcome the motion, which I fully support, and thank the three members who have pieced this together. And I think it's wonderful. These are the type of motions and projects that really kind of gets my attention. It's something that's positive, outward looking and good and a benefit for everyone. And it's hard to say no. Why would you not? The fact that it's, outdoor green space for all ages, all abilities, looking at accessibility, and that connection with members have said about the village cluster plans, our green infrastructure, and all these kind of visions and plans we have. They're no good if we isolate or leave a particular rural aspect of the community out. So this is quite timely, and it fits in quite neatly, in terms of the concept and the principles of it. The beauty of this place, and I suppose the history of the area in its entirety, you could spend a lifetime, as I'm sure Councillor Ferguson has done in her younger days, to explore it. But I think it's matched only by the aspirations of the locals. So I think this council will do very well if we get behind this group in that area and see if we can bring this to fruition and integrate it with the good work which has already been done and ongoing with regards to the Greenway and everything else, along with the couple of groups down there, which are doing a remarkable job. So thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have my full support.
Thank you, Fred Alderman McCready. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, and on behalf of the DEP, we have no problem in supporting the notice of motion here, and I understand the good work that's going on down there. And look, Councillor Ferguson have given a bit of history of Fianna Law, and it is an excellent story behind all of that, and the woods and everything like that there. And I do appreciate the school being involved, the old school being involved in it as well. And you know, this all aligns with the Strathfoyle Greenway, and as some of the speakers have said, you know, it really complements the components of healthy living as we move forward. But Mayor, totally supportive of the notice of motion. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Fred. Alderman Devaney. Councillor Hargan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the councillors that brought the motion forward. And People Before Profit will be giving this 100% support. I think it's a great vision for Ina Country Park. I think that this is the kind of vision I think we need to have for many parts of the district, and particularly for areas that have suffered from rural isolation and social exclusion. I think that there are so many ways that if this development moves forward and we're able to support it, it'll improve health and well-being for the people that live there. And I think it can be really transformational in so many different ways, in terms of linking up with linking the area up itself, linking up the area with the Greenway, linking up the area with the City of Derry Rugby Club, linking up the area with Derry itself. And so these are all positives, and I think it's what people there deserve. I know that there was some interest in trying to develop this area for private gain or for profit, and I think that you know, the residents there have spoken and said that that's not what they wanted. They wanted something that would be beneficial to everybody that lives there and everybody who can potentially enjoy it through access. So I think there's a lot of fantastic initiatives. I do want to commend the work of Enoch Youth Forum. They've been cleaning up the lake there now since 2012. Hundreds and hundreds of young people involved in protecting the lake, cleaning it up and maintaining it. And the process of learning about it has been so important, I think, for so many young people. And that's just an example of the kind of bottom-up community spirit that's there, that's really driving forward this vision. So 100% support for it, and hope to see this pass tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Councillor Hargan, and it looks unanimous. So I'm going to pass this on now to close it down. So I don't know how we're going to work this. Councillor Fleming, Ferguson, Mooney. You just want to come on to close this down? It looks unanimous.
Mayor, a couple of things just to say, because I very much appreciate the members who spoke in favour of this, and obviously they corroborated the articulation of Sean, Rachel, in terms of the exact points that people have made in support of it, augment the actual points that we were making in regard to what the groups are trying to do down there. And again, as Councillor Harkin made reference to the involvement of young people, and that in itself just shows what can and hopefully will happen in the not too distant future, when all these components, each important in their own way, but when you put them together, it really has the potential to be transformational, not just in a local sense, which is important, but also in a wider sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Mooney.
Just say just one comment, just to thank everybody, and also just to say that I think this is a really positive example of the community looking after its own community and keeping resources within its community for everyone. And this is a really positive example. So thank you to you, Chair, and to all the members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, just really quickly, just thank you to the members for supporting it, and obviously thank you to the multiple community groups that have come together. I know this one in particular is a collaboration between Ina Youth Forum and Strathfoyle Community Association, but it's the strong connections to the community that the Women's Group and Tiny Tots have is why the community are able to bring these developments forward. And I recommend to all members in the chamber to come down and have a visit sometime, because it really is a truly outstanding, beautiful loch or lake, as most of you would call it. But it's an absolute gem that is hidden away in our city and district. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Fred. Rachel, members, I'm not here, no dissenting voices. Any member against this motion or looking to abstain, could you highlight now on the message box, please? Okay, members, the motion from Councillor Fleming, Ferguson and Mooney passes unanimous. Well done, folks. And moving on to Councillor Duffy.
Mayor, just check.
Just 2 seconds to
Motion is
get
read
this.
there. Yeah.
Could I have a seconder, please?
Second that, Michaela.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Michaela Boy. Go ahead there, Sandra.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't really intend to speak long on this issue, as we're all really well aware of the state of the road network in the area, and as councillors on the ground, we all know that one of the issues that we deal with on a probably daily basis is issues relating to the road. I know that I certainly will report at least one pothole every day, and other than road networks that are in urgent need of resurfacing. In fact, I probably have been reporting some of the same roads every couple of months. But to date, apart from a patch here and a fill there has been really nothing meaningful done to address many of these roads. A short drive around the main roads in and out of the city, such as the Culmore Road, Victoria Road, Strand Road, Crescent Link and Cluny Road, will demonstrate the unacceptable state of much of our road network. But this doesn't even include then some of the other roads in and around our estates. I know that the roads in and out of Gilead are like patchwork quilts of potholes that have been filled and refilled. As a council area, we have already faced an uphill battle with huge disparity with what we have been allocated in our area in comparison to Belfast. But even with this challenge, we had a programme of work that was presented to us all by the department at last year's road service meeting, but this has been basically set aside. We have all roads that we had maybe hoped to get on the schedule for next year, but now that is highly unlikely with a huge backlog now developing. I have so many residents that have been contacting me complaining about damage to the cars and about tyres that have needed to be replaced. Many of these people who have been affected use their car for work. They're the domiciliary carers, the delivery drivers, the taxi drivers, people who are already struggling to make ends meet, and a car off the road unfortunately means a reduction in wages. Earlier this year, in the budget allocation, the Finance Minister, Conor Murphy, allocated the Department of Infrastructure an additional 120 million to address much of this road maintenance issues. Unfortunately then, due to a procurement issue and legal challenges, the road surfacing in 4 council areas have been all but abandoned, and one of the council areas is indeed Derry City and Strabane District Council. Following a legal challenge, the Department for Infrastructure then decided to discontinue this competition in June. This has meant that no contracts for resurfacing in this council area. That means that badly needed capital investment will be delayed. DFI are now developing a new interim procurement strategy, but the information we are getting is that it could be next May at the earliest before a contractor is in place. Many of our roads are already in an unacceptable condition, and much needed investment into our network has been delayed. We deserve roads that will not damage our cars. We deserve the budget that was promised to us to be spent, and we need the essential maintenance carried out. So basically, we are calling on the Minister to take urgent action to find a swift resolution to this procurement issue, as its impact is completely unacceptable on our road network. Gurmugget, Mayor.
Thank you, Fred. Councillor Duffy. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in there. I mean, I totally agree with Councillor Duffy's sentiments. There are parts of our district where the roads and the traffic system is like driving in a third world country, to be quite honest. And I mean, I have written on many occasions to the DFI roads, only but told that there's no funds. and yet to find the money to make a complete Horlicks of Carlisle Road and the Diamond area. And it's absolutely a disgrace. They need to be, and well, Councillor Duffy's really summed it all up, really what I was going to say, and thank you for bringing this motion, Councillor Duffy. Thank you. We will support it.
Thank you for that, Councillor McKenny. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in, and the DUP have no problem in supporting the notice of motion coming forward here. And I think we're all very much aware of the sad state our roads are in at the minute, whether you're in urban areas, should it be Lincoln Courts, Caw or Tully Alley or Craigan or Boxside, anyone driving around the areas would see the state of the roads are getting bad. And I would say, Mayor, they're probably the worst I've seen them in at least 20 years. And, you know, sad to hear that there are an issue about badly needed investment has now been delayed for another year. And, you know, it's something that is unacceptable. And the state of the roads are unacceptable. And I have to say, this is a question that has been raised time and time again with DFI. There are other roads, you know, other issues. Come to the rural roads to see what happens, and they are in a sorry state of affairs. We can't even get the verges cut back. Rural villages, we can't even get the gullies clean, and it's the same probably in urban areas as well. But look, I do support the notice of motion, and look, we need to write to the Minister to address this issue as soon as possible. And look, you know, as I read back in what has been read in the papers and stuff, you know, the roads minister didn't even, Nicola Mall didn't even bid for money for roads and places. So I would like to hear an answer back on that there. But look, fully supportive of the roads issue. We know the concerns, and I would say they need to be addressed. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Alderman Devaney. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks to Sandra. I think Sandra, in fairness, has hit the nail on the head in so many ways. You know, in particular in Galia, the roads are absolutely awful. And I would, you know, endorse what you said about, you know, every other day. You know, I get a phone call about potholes and things as well. I'm sure it's the same right across the city and district. We need, frankly, the resources to be put in place, as Sandra said that we were promised. We need solutions because, you know, residents are looking to us whenever their cars are damaged, and they are increasingly being damaged by poor infrastructure on the roads. But it also ties in as well to a lot of the, you know, I remember not that long ago we had, I think, David in from Road Service telling us about their program for the next year. And I think it was well after the budget had been largely agreed that they still haven't had their allocation yet. So you know, I've been dealing with issues, even my local road here, for going on 3 years, and there still hasn't been any movement on it. And it obviously doesn't bode too well for larger projects that we need to have addressed. And you know, before it happens, I would genuinely hope that by the time we get to someone from the SDLP discussing this, that we won't hear any politicking about it. Let's address it as an infrastructure issue, and let's get the work done. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Doyle. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mayor, and PPP will support this motion. You know, our roads are in a seriously bad state, and you know, it really is another area of total neglect by the Stormont Executive on the northwest here. You know, particularly, you know, when there's, you know, claims that this Minister for Infrastructure does understand the issues of neglect here in the northwest, and you know, there is a serious lack of infrastructure investment here, and given that the DFI puts far too many resources, in my opinion, into roads anyway, rather than public transport or cycle infrastructure, we don't even see that road bias here in the northwest. You know, so we don't even get good roads, never mind good public transport or you know, cycle lanes on our roads, really. Like the council's done great work in terms of the greenways, but you know, there needs to be a lot more done to make our roads a lot safer. And there's been no long-term planning either on how to transform our infrastructure so that the roads are safe for cycling and the congestion is addressed through efficient public transport solutions. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Riley.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, for bringing me in. I'm conscious that Councillor Doyle said he didn't want party political politicking on this, and then the next speaker, Councillor O'Neill, starts then attacking the SDLP minister on this. So I think people need to take the minister at her word and look at what she said, not only on this issue, but on many issues. She said she's committed to tackling climate change. She said she's committed to investing in our city and region in terms of its infrastructure, and she has been doing that. Only this month she announced monies for the investment in public transport to make our public transport fleet here carbon neutral by introducing hydrogen buses. So Nicola does care about the Northwest and is delivering for the Northwest. In relation to the roads issue, only this week in the Assembly, she answered a question from one of the Sinn Féin MLAs in relation to this issue, and I respect the fact that the proposer of this motion has not made a party political. She has noted in the text of the motion the fact that there has been legal issues here that predate this cycle of budget allocations, but also the fact that the minister has indicated that she has had the Barton report identified that she needed £143 million per annum to address this, and that was at 2018 prices. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and while the minister herself has said that she recognised by not investing in our road work, our road network, were only making the situation worse. So Nicola and the department want to see this type of investment happen. But the legal challenge has obviously complicated things. I find myself sometimes spending more time on the Northern Ireland Direct website reporting potholes than I do on ModGov. And I think that many other councillors will see that themselves in terms of the locations where they have to report problems and potholes and the.
Councillor Riley, could you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Yes, Mayor, and so the all the councillors have demonstrated that there are issues affecting the road network in their areas, and that is a historical issue, not attached to one individual minister over the recent time. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Councillor Riley. Okay, Alderman McCready.
Thanks, Mayor. Happy to support the motion. Not so long ago, I done a similar one for the rural road network, and it's across everywhere, I suppose. And there was I remember when I was about 20 years ago, and we drove from the city into Donegal or across Lifford, and it used to be a joke that my dad said in the car, he go, because I didn't know where the Republic of Ireland was in terms of the border. And he used to always say, well, you'll know when you get there because the roads are bumpy. And that used to be funny. But see, 20 years and I've travelled. I've been roads in Baghdad, Kabul, in the jungles of Belize and in Kiev in eastern Ukraine. And the roads are in better condition than what our roads are here in Northern Ireland. So see now when I drive to Donegal and Lifford and elsewhere, I know when I'm back in Northern Ireland because the roads are covered in potholes. So the joke's on us. And I do accept Nicola Mallon, the Minister for Infrastructure, does care about the Northwest, but she's not delivering. And I know it's a struggle, and all the evidence is there. And I urge her to continue to do more for the Northwest in terms of infrastructure and delivering what she can within this current sitting. And the like, but with all the other members highlighting from individual potholes right through to works not being carried out, but I have to say, to be fair and balanced to the motion, there is roads being done. So I've looked at Kensington Road in the waterside. It has been upgraded. The Trench Road has been upgraded. So I don't think it's carte blanche of nothing's been done. It's just sad and disappointing that 120 million set aside for the time ahead to continue with the reinvestment in the roads is not being delivered. That's the issue that I take from this motion. Happy to support the motion. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McCready. Councillor Michaela Boyle, the final speaker in this one.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to my party colleague, Councillor Duffy, for bringing forward the motion. I think everybody would agree that the department does endeavour to carry out as many schemes as possible in our council area each year. However, these schemes are carried out based on a priority rating, and everybody would agree that every area and every road is a priority. So I think we need to look at, how the priority rating is calculated. I've been in contact with the department about a road in my own council area for quite a number of years to try and get it up to the matrix, to the scoring, to get resurfaced and for various safety measures to be put in place in it. Unfortunately, it falls between the stools because of the priority rating. Resurfacing schemes have come and have went. However, in Strabane, we seem to be the poor cousin. And I do believe, I concur with Councillor Riley, and I'm not making a party political statement here, but when constituents say to you there is regional disparity, and significant regional disparity when it comes to our road infrastructure here, we have to listen to the constituents who are telling us that. They believe we are being deprived in comparison to other parts across the north when it comes to good road infrastructure and road schemes. There is a serious lack of investment, and just if you'll allow me, Mayor, to mention signs on our road, as particularly with the growth, there's a lot of signs on our roads, road signs that are very important that can't be seen because of overgrowth along the road, because of overhanging trees and that. And I think that's a major issue as well in terms of driving and driving conditions. People can't read the signs on a road because they're not seen properly because of overgrowth or because they're fading. So that's another issue as well. And just to thank Councillor Duffy for bringing forward the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Michaela Boyle. Okay, members, I see no further members that will come on this motion, and I don't hear any dissenting voices as well. So, Councillor Duffy, do you want to come and close down?
Yeah, Mayor, and thank you to everybody who has supported the motion. And it is a practical motion. It is purely about our road network and our infrastructure. It's not party political, and I do recognise that it was a court challenge that has left us in his position. I do hope that the minister can find a swift resolution to it, because I don't think that we can wait until May next year before we see some of our roads being addressed. So look, just to put on record my thanks for everybody for their words of support. I would like to just say this in defence of the department as well, particularly the local road network guys. I reported a pothole this morning on NI Direct, and it was fixed this afternoon. So they, you can't take that away from them. They're out there, they're on the ground, and they're doing their best. So look, thank you for the support.
Thank you for that, Councillor Duffy. Okay, members, as I said here, no dissenting voices this motion. So any member looking to abstain or against it, could you highlight now on the chat box or let me know on the screen? That's nobody. So members, the motion of Councillor Duffy passes unanimous. Moving on. The councillors see now Bar.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll take the motion as read.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder, members?
I'll second it, Chair.
That's,
I'll help.
sorry, Councillor Reilly's on the chat box here. Go ahead.
Members, I would like to start by acknowledging the work that has already been done by organizations such as City Centre Initiative and local business owners on nighttime life here in the city. Most of you may be aware of the purple flag status. The main principle of the purple flag is excellence in the evening and nighttime economy. I am aware that Derry City is a recipient of the purple flag status, but when we talk about the nighttime economy and nightlife, there are a couple of things that I would like to highlight. Vibrant nighttime economies do not happen by accident. Innovation, creation, planning, and partnership are all key elements to creating a destination that can delight users after dark. Derry has so much to offer, both locals and visitors, including the finest walled city in the Western Europe. But the fact remains, come 6 p.m., much of the city center goes into a deep sleep, especially between Sunday and Wednesday. That's no reflection to local businesses that have done so much to rejuvenate the city center in recent years. This motion is about enhancing what has been already done to revitalize the city's nightlife. Mayor, for many, Belfast, which is only 70 miles down the road, the city only really comes to life after dark. But this is no accident. It has taken years of hard work involving many agencies to make Belfast one of the go-to cities across these islands for nightlife. Some will say Derry is a lot smaller than Belfast, but then again, it's still the fourth largest city on this island, and its nighttime vibrancy still lags behind other cities and towns with significant visitor footfall, such as Galway, Limerick, and Waterford. Another really important factor with Derry is the student population, and especially with the new medical school, we have seen a growing number of international students. We have committed for this city to have 10,000 students in the new decade, new approach. This will be realized because this city and the people of this city will fight for it. And when that time comes, we will have a transformative effect on the local economy. I know, for example, the city of Lincoln, similar size like Derry, and has around 100,000 people. Lincoln experienced huge changes to its nightlife at the vibrancy of its city center when it got its own independent university a few years ago. But again, much of the success involved a concerted effort by the city council. I also note that Omagh City, Banbridge, and Craigavon Borough Council is currently working on a 5-year evening economy strategy that will include a comprehensive framework for its 6 main town centers. I would envisage something similar emerging from the task force that this motion proposed, but ultimately we should be setting our sight
Could you bring
much
your remarks there just to close here?
than one of the principal destination cities for visitors to and from the city. Mayor, I am delighted that with the recent announcement from SDLP Infrastructure Minister Nicola Marlon on a late night bus service for the festive period and the successful late bus services during the Halloween weekend. May I just 1 second, please? This is a crucial part of what's needed here and should be extended beyond the festive season. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Councillor Heaney.
Thanks, Mayor. And the outset, I'd just like to declare an interest as a board member of Visit Derry, which is mentioned in the motion. Our party will be supporting this motion, but like the proposer, I think first we need to really acknowledge the success of the current nighttime economy and the good work that's already been done, particularly by City Centre Initiative. As Councillor Bar said, Derry currently has purple flag status, which is independently assessed accreditation for excellence in managing the evening and nighttime economy. Sligo only received their purple flag status for the first time recently, but Derry has had ours since 2011, and Belfast have since lost their purple flag status. In the interim sort of report on our application, it was quoted that Derry has embraced the challenges of COVID-19 and has been successful in redefining their big events by switching to virtual events and festivals. And it's clear that a healthy number of events were able to go ahead in an innovative way to maintain a diverse offer. But as we try to build our way out of COVID, can we do things better? Of course we can. Issues like getting out of the city centre at night, improving the look of the city centre at night, all need to be looked at. But we need to be careful and ensure that we're not replacing the work that's been done by the High Street Task Force established by the Executive. Therefore, with all that said, I think we will be supporting the motion. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Heaney. Alderman McCready.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Happy to support the motion. I think we don't want to be in danger of like a box ticking exercise. You know, we've mentioned we've had a purple flag for some time, but in reality, you know, have we really exploited that to its fullest extent? Clearly not. You know, it's well put across by member Sione Barr that we can do more, and we should be able to you know to bring that along in some shape or form. You know, when you look across, I remember Heaney mentioned Sligo is a good one, which has recently went through it. You've got Chester, Shrewsbury, which is personally ones I've been to when I was in my party youth days. Yes, there's lots of good frameworks already out there. But closer to home with Armagh, it'd be really good to see what work they have done and what is their kind of skeletal framework for to help the stakeholders. Because let's face it, you know, great ideas in council, which there are many, but that co-design piece will be pretty fundamental when you look at some of the stakeholders, which is mentioned, you know, by Sione Barr there. You know, that Chamber of Commerce, City Centre Initiative, Retail and I, and so many, many more. Co-design is the way forward. There's no point us, you know, doing something ourselves in our own kind of working group or something like that. When we're not the experts, but we can certainly enable those experts. And probably finally, Mayor, for me is build it and they will come. We need to generate confidence, you know, within the local small businesses, retailers, the coffee shops, all these new type things which young entrepreneurs and business people are really doing. That's giving them that confidence and certainty as a local authority to be brave and challenge how things are done in the evening. Because there's plenty of young people and older people in all walks of life throughout the city that would love nothing more to walk throughout all the greenways across the Peace Bridge or vice versa, and utilise that evening and do it in a nice, safe, secure manner with a purple flag, which really means something and not just a box ticking exercise. So I look forward to helping out the member and council if we drive this forward. Well done for bringing it forward. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McCready. Alderman McClintock.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think Councillor Sione Barr has raised a very important issue. I think our nighttime economy has traditionally revolved around the consumption of alcohol, but I know valiant efforts have been made pre-COVID to make sure that we had cafes, coffee shops opening on a rota basis on different nights. I think the opportunity to see how other cities do things is an excellent way forward, not only looking at ones on this island, but on the UK mainland generally. I must say, though, that our council officers do an amazing job at promoting our city with major events, and Visit Derry promoting the hospitality and tourism sectors, and the very important role that City Centre Initiative plays as well within our city. And as others have said, we do have the purple flag status, which is something that we are proud of. So I think we have a good basis for moving forward. We are living, of course, in very challenging times, both financially and particularly in the present pandemic. Our tourists need a nighttime offering, but any growth in the nighttime economy has to be things that are embraced by the local people as well to make them sustainable. A task force committed to looking at the evening sector would be useful, but it mustn't duplicate the High Street task force that's looking at our city centre at present. I think the time is right to move forward on this motion, particularly while we're still in the time of pandemic. If we can have all the correct agencies and interests pulled together so that when we come out of the pandemic that we are going forward with a vibrant city and a vibrant nighttime economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman McClintock. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Sione Barr for bringing this motion forward. I think we are missing a trick, and I do want to concur with the previous speaker. We had an amazing rota base with some cafe shops opening up in the evening just pre-COVID, and I think we could really explore that again. I think Councillor Sione Barr has made some amazing points in her motion, and it needs to examine more detailed things like safety, availability of transport, safety being a real issue with the cases of spiking. And I know I must give praise to the City Centre Initiative along with the PSNI. They are planning a forum in which they're going to bring in a lot of agencies to speak about that. And then I also welcome the news news from the TransLink and the minister about the late night bus. I think it is amazing, but just to get in there as a rural councillor, I do note some villages were left out, the likes of Eglinton. So I think this task force could try and look at some of our villages and see if they could also have access, because it's not just about our own city, but it's having people come in from the villages, from the rural areas, and having that access to get home safely and enjoy the activities that we bring forward. So we have no problem at all supporting the motion, and thank Councillor Senior Barr for bringing it forward.
Thank you for that, Councillor Ferguson. And finally, last on the list is Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, thanks to Councillor Sinai Barr for bringing this motion forward. I think it'll be very effective in trying to develop the city centre in the evening time, and I think she's made some excellent points. Particularly around the alcohol-free options for people in the city, and as other councillors have said, there was some brilliant initiatives from our local independent cafes to try and do something about that. So I think it's great that council can try to bring people together to try and develop this, because I think with that focused attention, we can have a more thriving city centre in the evening time. And I think when we look at the design of our city centre as well, we don't have as many residential properties as other cities might have. And I know with the city deal, it's also looking at the redesign of the city centre in some areas. So I think we can look forward to to that development as well. And as Councillor Ferguson touched on there around safety and drink spiking, I think that is incredibly important as well. And we need to create that culture of safety in terms of transport, but also in terms of the drunk spiking that has been going on. So definitely welcome this motion, and we'll be supporting it. Thanks.
Are still on there? It went silent.
Yeah, I just confirm as well that I can't hear anything at my end. Mayor, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
It must be Guildhall.
It must be Guildhall left the meeting. Must be having technical problems.
Did the deputy mayor step in?
I would advise them to see their local councillor about good network or good network design.
Morris, I'm the local councillor around there. I'll have a word with them as quickly as I can, if we can actually get through to them.
Good man, good man. And we thought we were bad in the rural.
Members, I've just been speaking to the mayor and they've lost all connection in the Guildhall. And I've been asked to take over the meeting from here on in until we've get the mayor back again. I've just noted that Councillor O'Neill has, Councillor Sinead Barr, have you finished summing up?
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and just to thank members for supporting this motion and for their great comments. And just to add on, when it comes to nightlife here, I think the city currently is caught up in a catch-22 situation, and one of the councillors have just mentioned there, businesses will not open until it is profitable for them to do so, and the public will not venture into the city because nothing is open. But I do believe this downward spiral can be broken with some fresh thinking. And one of the criticism I regularly hear from new communities and workers who migrate here in the city is that they have nothing to do in the evening. And only this week, I met with 25 international students and some business owners. All of them highlighted most of the things that we have already highlighted here, things like security, and I mean fear of assault, inadequate street lighting, transport, and many other issues that are becoming a barrier to nighttime economy here. So it's great, and I concur, co-designing, coming together, working together to ensure that we put really a great plan in place is the way to go for our city. So thank you very much for supporting this motion.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Sinead Barr. Members, I'm sensing that there's broad support for this. I note that Councillor Donnelly is abstaining. Is there anybody else that wishes to abstain or vote against the motion? No, I'm taking that as everybody in support, with the exception of Councillor Donnelly. So that motion has passed. Can we move on now to Councillor McHugh?
Thank you, or Deputy Mayor, I should say. Take the motion as read. Thank you.
I'll
Thanks
second
for
that.
that. See that Councillor Boyle has seconded. Go on ahead, Ray.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor. It's more a house matter that I wanted.
Councillor McHugh Boyle.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, we've got two Boyles. Deputy Mayor, if you don't mind, on a housekeeping matter, do we have a minute taker online with us at the minute? I'm not sure about that.
Yes, we do, and this meeting's been broadcast out.
Okay.
Councillor McHugh, going ahead.
Chris, take the motion as read. Arlene Erkison was 15 years old when she disappeared in August 1994. I knew Arlene. We were classmates at St. Patrick's Primary School in Castleberg, and the Erkison family home was only a stone's throw away from my own. Arlene was last seen being driven away in a car by Robert Howard. She was never seen again. This July, at the conclusion of the inquest into what happened to Arlene, the coroner concluded that she had been murdered and her body secreted somewhere in this jurisdiction by Robert Howard. Howard was a serial sex offender. He had a decades-long record of sexual convictions, including rape of a 50-year-old woman in Cork and the attempted rapes of a 6-year-old child and 23-year-old woman in England. These are convictions that the NRUC would have undoubtedly known about within a very short period of time after Howard came to Castleberg in 1991, yet the community were never alerted to his crimes. The tragedy in all this is the fact that had the NRUC and DPP of the time carried out the responsibilities in a proper manner, Howard would never have been at large to murder Arlene Erkison. The year previously to Arlene's disappearance, he had held captive 16-year-old Priscilla Gahan in his flat in Castleberg, where he repeatedly raped her over a 3-day period. Priscilla escaped and made her way to the local RUC station to report what had happened to her. Howard initially was charged with multiple counts of rape and buggery. Astonishingly, he was still given bail, and it was while on bail on these charges that he undoubtedly murdered Arlene Erkison. It took the RUC 6 weeks to even arrest Bob Howard for questioning about Arlene's disappearance, and that's despite all the knowledge they would have had about Robert Howard. When it came to trial in the Gahan case, the rape charges had been dropped, and he pled guilty to the far lesser charge of unlawful carnal knowledge and given a pathetic suspended sentence. The victim, Priscilla Gahan, was never even called to give evidence against Howard. Why? This allowed Howard to go free and murder Arlene. We now know he made his way to England, where he raped and strangled to death 14-year-old Hannah Williams. Howard was convicted of Hannah's murder in 2003, largely due to the introduction of similar fact evidence from both Priscilla Gahan and Arlene's sister Kathleen. Shockingly, this was not reciprocated when Howard eventually faced trial for Arlene's murder in 2005. This has never been explained. The jury acquitted Howard of Arlene's murder without knowledge of his previous convictions for sexual offences and murder, an absolute disgrace. There are so many unanswered questions around Arlene's case. Why did the NRUC dig up Arlene's sister Kathleen's home on the alleged word of a state agent? The belief of the community in Castleberry, and indeed the Erickson family, as it was to deflect the investigation away from Howard and the failings of the NRUC investigation. The use of public interest immunity certificates in this case only adds to the belief that Robert Howard himself was indeed a state agent, and that was why he was allowed to go free, because he was working for the RUC. What public interest is served withholding information in the case of a murder and disappearance of a 13-year-old girl? Many more questions abound around why the Ergusons were let down time and time again by various agencies, and that's why we need to support the Erickson family and their call to the Justice Minister for the establishment of a full public inquiry into this whole sordid affair. This is essentially the last legal recourse for Arlene's family, and it may even help locate Arlene's remains, which would bring some sort of closure to Arlene's family by affording them the right of a Christian burial for Arlene. I urge members to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor McHugh. Councillor Boyle, did you wish to speak on the motion? Councillor John Boyle?
John Boyle, no, sorry, not
No,
me.
I wasn't. I think perhaps Michaela was, Deputy Mayor.
Michaela?
No, just to, sorry, Deputy Mayor, just to commend Councillor McHugh for bringing forward this motion. I also know the family and family members of Arlene Arkinson, and I know the trauma that they have been going through throughout the whole time of Arlene's disappearance, and indeed the I suppose since Robert Howard passed away, and their family not getting any truth or justice for their sister and their daughter. So that's all I want to say on it. And again, commend Councillor McHugh for bringing this forward. I know it means a lot to the family. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Michaela. Councillor Edwards?
Deputy Mayor, thanks for letting me in, and I also thank Councillor McHugh for tabling this motion and bringing it tonight, and he's articulated the issues well there. The SFP are 100% behind the motion. What happened to Arlene in August 1994 is absolutely heartbreaking, and it's heartbreaking for a family who've been left so many unanswered questions for 27 years later. And I want to also praise the Erickson family, in particular Kathleen, for their perseverance and determination to getting truth and justice for Arlene. And as this motion rightly notes, an inquest concluded earlier this year, confirming that Arlene was murdered by Robert Howard, who passed away in 2015 without informing the police or the family about the whereabouts of her remains. The inquest did uncover a lot of failings on behalf of the RUC investigations, where there was serious failures detailed there, and in this regard, the SLP do fully support the Erickson family in calling for a full public inquiry into her disappearance. And just on another note, Deputy Mayor, I know that this week a consultation was launched into the introduction of Charlotte's Law, which is another drone victim, Charlotte Murray, whose remains have also not been located. this law would punish murderers for not revealing the locations of victims, and we fully support that. So in today's motion, along with the Atkinson's family, I'm also thinking about Charlotte Murray's family. They're from Oma, Lisa Doran from County Down, where their remains have also not been uncovered. But Mayor, overall happy to fully support the motion, and I thank again Councillor McHugh for bringing it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, our hearts go out to the Atkinson family. Firstly, can we give our sincere condolences to Kathleen and her family to have her 15-year-old sister go missing on the night of the 14th of August 1994, and to this day still be searching for her body, and then have to wait until this year for an inquest to find that she was murdered is unimaginable. We fully understand Kathleen's drive to get truth and justice for her sister Arlene. Mayor, can I say we are fully supportive of this motion and the need for the family to finally be able to lay their sister to rest. I know Kathleen has had a meeting with Minister Long, and the Minister is very sympathetic to the plea of the family and is aware of their calls for a public inquiry. So, Mayor, can I say where we are fully supportive and sympathetic to the call, we hope this motion will highlight Arlene's murder again in our city and district and reach someone who may have more details on how to identify where Arlene's body is. With that being said, we will have to abstain on the motion, understanding that there is a process in which the Minister will look over for a public inquiry to be decided upon. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Donnelly.
Okay, Chair. I'd like to thank Councillor McHugh for bringing this motion, Chair. This isn't the first time that the case of Arlene Erkson has been mentioned in Derry and Strabane Council. A number of years ago, a high-ranking PSNI officer visited Council, and during that meeting, Councillor Gallagher put it to her, that where was her duty of care to Arlene Erkson, given the nature of her death. Chair, there was no response, and in fact, the media didn't even pick up on it. And I would ask, where else in a civilized country would an elected representative accuse the police of being complicit in the rape and murder of a child, and it didn't mention anything in the media? Councillor McHugh has mentioned a lot of the stuff that I have wrote out here, but I think it's important to maybe mention some of that again. That the rape of Priscilla Gahan over several days, 3 days, who escaped by jumping from a second floor window and running to the local heavily fortified police station. When it came to trial, as has been pointed out, she wasn't even called to give evidence. Her statements was heavily redacted. In fact, when she was questioned about giving her account in the police station, they banged the table and accused her of telling lies. Howard, in the meantime, is suspected of killing and burying Arlene, and he was then given a suspended sentence, with the implication being that the young girl, a child, was a willing participant. Absolutely shocking. This is a man who's a prolific sexual predator and killer. He actually been released on bail in between. Chair, look, I have no faith in either the PSNI to investigate the RUC. I don't have any faith in the system, so-called justice system here. But what I am doing here tonight, I'm going to support this motion in respect of the Erkson family, and I would like to express solidarity to them. And I think it's very, very important that the truth comes out regarding this terrible scenario. But I think it's also a reflection on what we have as a police force here, who also has a child informer recruitment policy. And until we get to the bottom of all this, then there a lot of people within our community can never have any faith in the process. But I would like to express solidarity with the family and thank Councillor McHugh for bringing this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. We fully support this call for a public inquiry. There really has been a grave injustice done to the Arkinson family, and I too would like to give my solidarity to the Arkinson family, but also want to commend them, and in particular Arlene's sister Kathleen, and driving forward the case for the conviction of Robert Howard after a long running inquest, which was only resolved this year, which is 27 years after Arlene's murder. And now their continued perseverance for a campaign for a public inquiry. Arlene Arkinson case, it's like, it really is horrific. And although there really isn't a parallel case here in the north during the Troubles, it is actually typical of how women are seen as collateral damage in war. There's scarcely been a war where women haven't been raped, attacked, or murdered. However, this case really does stand out amongst the killings, with the state and their collusion placing more worth on their informer than the life of Arlene, an innocent teenager. And also, as we've heard in the case of Priscilla Gahan, where the RUC did nothing to protect local young woman after she sounded the alarm about Robert Howard. And, we also see conspiracies of silence here in a clear way by state forces who, weren't directly involved in the action, but who were complicit in the injustice faced by the Arkinsons. So I just want to say that this illustrates the lack of worth placed in the lives of women by the state during the war here. The state has shown no priority for the lives of women, and this continues, I feel, and I do think that it's really apt that this has been brought forward on International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and we fully support the call for the public inquiry.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Alderman Kerrigan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for allowing me in, and I do thank Councillor McHugh for bringing forward the motion. Mayor, happy to support Councillor McHugh's motion. It is tragic what happened to Arlene, and there are questions that need to be answered. And again, we fully support the Arkinson family and the fight to try to get answers and try to get justice for Arlene. We know, as I say, as Justice or the coroner Brian Sherrod has stated, it's beyond the probability of that Robert Howard has committed this crime, and we know from his of the offences that he has been convicted of. And again, it was tragic that the court case failed, that he wasn't able to be convicted. Tragic, and again, convicted of the rape and murder of Hannah Williams. And
Alderman Kerrigan, I keep losing you.
Mayor. All right. Oh, is that all right?
Go ahead, I can hear you now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. I'll be very brief here, Mayor. Support Councillor McHugh's motion here, and as has been mentioned by other members, that we're looking for, as the Arkinson family are looking to give Arlene a Christian burial, and we would support that any information is given that can be located to try to help the family locate the body of Arlene. And again, for others that are seeking to find their loved ones, Deputy Mayor, such as, the disappeared, such as, as has been mentioned, Lisa Dorian up in the Ards Peninsula. That family are grieving, that family are still looking for her remains. Joe Linsky, Columba McVeigh, Robert Narak. There's so many more, Deputy Mayor, so we call upon that any that can provide the information and support the Arkinson family. And Deputy Mayor, as in the past, we have supported call. Ian, we supported the call we brought forward the motion in regard to the Ian Sproul and the Republic of Ireland, the Garda Ombudsman. We will support this call from Councillor McHugh for an independent public inquiry here for in regards to Arlene Arkinson. So content to support. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman McCready.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Welcome and support the motion, but my first thoughts are to the Arkinson family, and My thoughts, even though I will never fully comprehend or heed the gravity of their loss, and the fact that it's compounded further by that denial of a respectful burial is just wholly abhorrent, and I'll never fully understand it because I'm not in that position, but they have my thoughts. The second point is I want to thank the member for bringing it forward, given his personal connection from when he grew up, and the fact that he told us, and it wasn't filtered. It was descriptive in a way that conveyed the actual brutality and how horrendous these events were. And that's needed as a reminder of what happened and the denial that still is continued to this very day for the family. And whatever we can do to support this, we should do. I'm in a position in my life now where I have kids and I see things differently, and I could never put myself in their shoes, and they have my thoughts. Goes right out to them. So thanks for the member for bringing this forward, and I fully support the motion. Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thanks to Rory for bringing the motion forward. It's heartbreaking to think that the family are still without closure. And you know, I think it was Councillor Edwards that made reference earlier to Charlotte's Law, and it's something very much that I would support, because the compounding of the hurt that has been felt by the Arkinson family as well as others is totally unjustifiable. It in many ways brings to me the fact that today is the not to conflate the two cases, but that today is the 16th birthday of Noah Donoghue, who suffered a terrible fate, but also the use in both cases of public interest immunity certificates, which, as Rory pointed out, have really only one purpose, and that's to cover up the involvement of the state in cases such as this. And to see that so many years later, the state still wants to protect itself from deeds that it involved itself in over many years is infuriating, but again shows us how far we still have to go. I'll fully support the motion and hope that and pray that the Arkinson family can get some justice and closure for the loss of Arlene. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm conscious that there is a family in the middle of all of this, and members of the family are looking on. And I just want to make a comment around how members have conducted themselves during this, and the passion that is clearly evident of those who had spoke on this motion. But I'm thankful of the respect as well that's been given to the family. I'm going to bring in Councillor McHugh to sum up. Rory?
Promoted, Chris, and first thing I'd like to say is to just to thank those councillors who spoke in support of the motion. I was a bit concerned when Alderman Kerrigan began to bring in people who had disappeared or were killed during the Troubles. This case isn't linked to the Troubles. This is about a 15-year-old schoolgirl who was abducted and murdered. But I do appreciate the support from Alderman Kerrigan and his party. As regards to Councillor Ferguson's abstention, I totally understand why she has abstained on this vote, because she has a party political interest in it, with the minister being from her particular party. She's quite right. Minister Long did meet with Kathleen and Kathleen's legal representative, and I know through speaking with Kathleen that they were very appreciative of the minister's time and they were very well received by the minister. And this is not a criticism of the minister, because I know she still has a decision to make on whether to establish a public inquiry or not, and I hope she makes the right decision. But the fact remains that she does have that power within her remit, and that's why I brought this motion today to offer our support to the Erkison family and their call for that public inquiry to be established. The final thing I'd like to say is just because I know Kathleen and some of the Erkison family are tuning in tonight, I just want to pay tribute to the Erkison family, and in particular to Arlene's sister Kathleen, who, despite numerous obstacles that have been put in their way over many years to try and establish the truth around Arlene's disappearance and murder, she has carried herself with the utmost respect and dignity. That's something which couldn't be said of those who were tasked and to investigate Arlene's case. So I have no doubt that Arlene's in heaven and looking down, and I know that Kathleen and her family can be very, very proud. And I know that Arlene will be very, very proud of the way they have conducted themselves and made sure that Arlene is not forgot about. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Rory. Members, I'm sensing broad support for this motion. I know that we've got 2 Alliance councillors who have indicated that they're abstaining. As with the exception of the 2 Alliance councillors, I'm thinking that the rest are in support. If there's any abstentions or anybody wishes to vote against it, can you indicate now? Okay, members, that motion in the name of Councillor McHugh has been passed. And members, you'll be pleased to learn that the mayor has ironed out some of the bugs that's been in the system. So I'm going to hand back over to Graham.
Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. Apologies, members, everything's crashed down in the council building, so hopefully that's us up and going now. Members, I understand Councillor McKinney's in Harbour House too, and the effect it has, so I'm going to ask, are you
I'm
on?
okay. I've got myself online using my super duper phone here.
Are you happy enough to go ahead then, Councillor McKinney, yeah?
Yes, please, Mayor.
Happy days. And that's seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Go ahead there, Councillor McKinney.
Gormy Agat and Vanya, Agosh Grievy Pre Vi Manak and Collier. Take the motion as read, please. Ni school na Sholta, meaning nursery school of the sales, and perhaps the bigots that forced the school from Braniel in Belfast just thought that it would sail away, but I'm glad to say that this is not the case. I would like to read a statement from Miss Dawson, if I may, who was the headmistress at the Braniel school. Why any child will be a threat on any school site or any site at all learning anything is beyond me. Certainly not 2-year-olds learning colours on the Braniel site. Miss Dawson, who identifies herself as union, said, "Not one word of the Irish language spoken weakens my unionism." And I'm very glad to say that the school has now reopened with the CFC in East Belfast opening their doors to them. That's all I need to say at the minute. Garmy, I'll get Mayor.
Thank you for that. Can I, Alderman McCulloch?
Mayor, for letting me in. Mayor, I think the strangest element of this notice of motion is the fact that it's been brought to our council at the end of November regarding something that happened in East Belfast in July. Therefore, I can only assume that this is a blatant attempt by the Alliance Party to appeal to a section of the community prior to an election. But the notice of motion, to me, it's too late to be either relevant or topical. Of course, any right-minded citizen would say that a hate campaign against the opening of a school is not right and must be condemned. Whilst I have reservations about the amount of money that goes into the Irish language sector at this time in very challenging times. Nonetheless, I respect the right of those who wish to learn the Irish language to do so. I would seek some clarity from Councillor McKinney as to what he means in the notice of motion by saying we support the use of the Irish language. Is he asking us to put money into it, or in what way? What does he mean by that comment? I very much question the motives of the Alliance Party in bringing this notice of motion before us today, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor McGinley.
Mayor, for allowing me in, and on behalf of Sinn Féin, I'd like to thank Councillor McKinney for bringing this motion forward, because I do think it is a really important one. As Sandra has alluded to in the chat box there, this has been mentioned a few different times, so it's relevant that it's brought forward as a motion. Nobody should be intimidated by the promotion of the Irish language, and the online hate campaign that we've seen targeted at the New School in Minnesota and East Belfast was nothing short of a disgrace. And like, for perspective, it's intimidation aimed at a nursery school. Like, just think about that, just because it operated through the medium of Irish. The fact that an Irish language school has opened in East Belfast should be commended and congratulated. It demonstrates the growing demand for access to the learning of the Irish language and the work of activists such as Conran na Gaeilge, Lunda Irvine and many others in promoting the language, its heritage and background, and that has dispelled a lot of the negativity that's often spouted towards the Irish language. The Irish language belongs to us all, and having it been suppressed for so long, I'm certainly glad to see the increase in usage and demand for the language across various sectors and the increasing number of children that are being educated through Irish. As a council, we should be doing all we can to promote the use of Irish language.
Thank you for that, Councillor McGinley. Members, I see no further speak. Alderman McCready.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have no issues in the motion. Maybe I'm not cynical enough, I don't know. But for what it is, it's education, might be Irish. I don't learn Irish, but I'm not going to stop anybody else learning Irish. It's unfortunate that we're in a position now where the Irish language has been weaponized long before today, and it's really now it's seen as a toxic political football in a way, which is really a shame, because I served 20 years in an Irish regiment called the Royal Irish Regiment, and a lot of our traditions and people throughout many, many years spoke Irish, and even our motto is Fogabala, which for those who don't speak Irish is clear the way. It's a battle cry in a way. But maybe as time goes on, it will normalize and it'll just be seen the same way Ulster Scots, Gaelic, Irish and Polish and all the other languages which are floating around, bringing a bit of colour to the city and indeed Northern Ireland. It's just a real shame that, trying to, Irish language is ours or it's not yours, it's this and that. It's, whoever wants to speak it can speak it, but yeah, it is what it is. But thanks for bringing the motion. Happy to support. I'm still a unionist.
Thank you for that, Alderman McCready. Councillor Reilly.
Yeah, Mayor, thanks for bringing me in, and thanks to Councillor McKinney for bringing this motion here before us this evening as well. I'm conscious it's been said many times in this chamber and elsewhere that the Irish language doesn't belong to any one political party. It belongs to those who speak it, to those who use it, to those who cherish it. So we're approaching this motion on that spirit, not in relation to the comments that were made earlier on by Alderman McClintock. I suppose, Mayor, I do have a question though for the proposer. And it's just simply in relation to the way that the first line of the motion is written. It would read as if that if this motion is passed, that the chief executive would write on behalf of all those in the district who respect the Irish language, as opposed to writing on behalf of the council. If the council were to pass the motion, it shouldn't be prescriptive to only be limited to those who respect the Irish language. It's certainly understanding orders my belief would be that if the council passes a motion, the motion is carried, it then is written on behalf of the council, not a particular part of the council. So any clarification that Philip or indeed the proposer of the motion can give on that would be useful. But certainly the ethos and the reasoning behind it that Councillor McKinney has given at the start would indicate that the SDLP are happy to support it. But clarification on that point would be useful. Thank you, Mayor.
In there, please, Mayor, if there's nobody else to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Sorry. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor McKinney for getting this motion brought forward to the meeting today. Like People for Profit fully support this motion. I think it was awful, the intimidation that Nisco and Shelta were subject to, given that it's children learning through the medium of the Irish language, and it really shouldn't be a nationalist, unionist, or sectarian issue whatsoever, given like the amount that the Protestant community has done to make sure that the Irish language was not eradicated long ago. The Presbyterian community did a lot to save the Irish language at a stage, and so Protestant history is very much embedded within the Irish language as well. So I think it's great, the growing education and learning through the meaning of the Irish language throughout the north. I think for people of all age, opportunities to learn the Irish language is really, really important, because it is an important part of cultural identity here in the island. So thank you, Councillor McKinney, for bringing the motion forward.
Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And as I always said in previous comments in regarding the Irish language, I was one of those Presbyterians who was taught the Irish language when I lived in Donegal, and it never done me one bit harm, never took away my views or opinions. But I have to say, Mayor, and I always say, when the Irish language was used as a political football and became that toxic political football, that is where the issues and around the Irish language was concerning for us as unionists. And I put it on the record, we want to condemn the threats or the hate campaign. But Chair and our Mayor, I just want to say that the party will be abstaining on the notice of motion. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Donnelly.
Chair, and I'd like to commend Councillor McKinney for bringing this motion. I think it's a very progressive motion. Some of the points that I was going to make have already been made by Councillor O'Neill, and it's a connection between the Presbyterians and ensuring the survival of the Irish language. Chair, as somebody who's neither Catholic nor Protestant, I think that religion should not be brought into a language. Anybody who does that brings the politics and it is wrong, or sorry, anyone who uses it as a weapon. But I'm a bit disappointed in the DUP here, because they seem to be the only people here tonight that is using this as a weapon. Two wrongs don't make a right. If they have issues with something or whatever's going on or what people have done, to weaponize this tonight is wrong. And I'd also like to pay tribute to Linda Irvine, who is a unionist, who's a staunch unionist. I've met her on a number of occasions. I've met her in in events that she's organised in the library in Foyle Street. I've met her in a council event where the Irish language and Ulster Scots were there. I've had a Zoom meeting, and unfortunately, I'd actually invited her to do a talk in Craigan, in the Craigan Community Collective, but COVID put a stop to that. Chair, no child of any political persuasion or religious persuasion should their education be interfered with. So again, I fully support the motion and like to thank Councillor McKinney. Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor McKinney, for bringing this forward. I must say, Mayor, this was something that Councillor McKinney has felt really strongly about because he himself, coming from a unionist background, had decided to learn to speak Irish. So when he'd seen this originally, he did, like Councillor Duffy had said, tried to bring it to council around the time. So it was something that he has found real joy in, learning Irish and being able to use it, like tonight. And I think it's, it shows more on the parties that are trying to bring in party politics and elections when it comes to talking about an Irish primary or nursery school being abused on a social media campaign. So as I say, fully appreciate that this was coming from a good place with Councillor McKinney's newfound love of the Irish language. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Councillor Ferguson. Members, I don't see any further members looking to speak. So, Councillor McKinney, do you want to?
Sorry, Mayor, Councillor Riley here. Sorry, I asked in my earlier remarks just for either Councillor McKinney to do it before he sums up, or indeed for the city solicitor to just look at the language in the opening line, please.
That's fine. Okay.
And
Could
please,
you
and speak about that, please, for the city solicitor would speak on it. And to be quite honest, Martin, the reason I did it that was because I thought it looked a lot more politer. It's as simple as that. And I do apologise if you find it offensive.
Councillor Riley, I don't think we need. What part of the first line are you on about here?
Yeah. Thanks, Mayor, for bringing me back in, and just straight away to Councillor McKinney.
Can we keep us brief, can we?
Yeah, happy to, but I think I need to clarify with Councillor McKinney. I'm not offended by it in any sense, so there's no need to apologise to me. The point I'm making is that the opening line would suggest that if this motion is passed, that the chief executive would write on behalf of those in district who respect the Irish language. So that would suggest that we're only writing on behalf of a section of our council, which isn't the case with our motions. When if a motion is passed, it's written on behalf of the entire council. So if Philip the Kingston, the city solicitor, can give some clarification on that, I'd appreciate it before we move to a vote on it. Thanks, Mayor.
Mayor, I haven't summed up yet.
I'm going to bring in the city solicitor. 2 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councillor McKinney has submitted a number of versions of this motion in the past, and we've worked carefully on the language in relation to this. Mayor, we were content that the wording of the motion that is before this council is acceptable in terms of standing orders, and then it's a matter for the members as to whether or not they wish to vote for it.
Thank you for that, Philip. Okay.
Can I then move an amendment if that's okay, please, Mayor?
No. So, Philip, we're going to bring you in now. So, Councillor McKinney, sum up.
On what basis can I not move an amendment?
I'm going to say, Mayor, point of order. The member can move an amendment.
I'm going to pass you on the city solicitor here.
Mayor, you'd already moved to Councillor McKinney and asked him to commence summing up. So that closes the debate.
Thank you, city solicitor. Okay, Councillor McKinney, could you close it down, please?
Gormy, I'll get and Valia. I'd just like to say thank you very much for those that have all spoken. Thank you very much for Alderman Devaney. I agree with you. The language should not be used as a political football. Totally agree. With regards to Alderman McClintock's comments, maybe perhaps you should read the more recent news. This was only recently that the school was allowed to find premises, and thankfully the Christian Fellowship allowed them to use a room. But overall, I think the feeling for this motion, even with the hiccups from the SDLP, I think everybody should really pass it, should vote for it, except obviously for the DUP, who have yet again shown their true colours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Philip. I'm going to pass on now to Chief Executive to take a vote on it.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Alderman Breslin. Alderman Breslin.
Against.
Alderman Devaney.
Abstain.
Alderman Guy. Alderman Guy.
He's not present.
No, not with us. Okay, thank you. Alderman Hussey is not with us. Alderman Carrigan.
Abstain.
Alderman McClintock.
Abstain.
Alderman McCready.
For.
Alderman Ramsey. Alderman Ramsey. Alderman Wark.
For.
Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor Senoy Barr.
For.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
For, John.
Councillor Carr.
For, John.
Councillor Cusick.
For.
Councillor Dobbins.
For, John.
Councillor Donnelly.
For.
Councillor Duffy.
For.
Councillor Edwards.
For.
Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
For, John.
Councillor Fleming.
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Harkin.
For.
Councillor Heaney.
For, John.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kelly. Councillor Kelly.
Sorry, John, I think he's having connection problem.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McGinley.
For.
Councillor McGowan.
For.
Councillor McHugh.
For.
Councillor McHugh. Thank you. Councillor McKinney.
John. For.
Councillor Mooney.
John.
Councillor O'Neill.
For.
Councillor Riley.
For.
Councillor Tierney.
For.
Thank you, members.
No, I wanted you to, but they hear them SDLP.
Mayor, I've recorded 26 for, 1 against, and 3 abstentions, so the motion passes.
Thank you for that, John. The Councillor McKinney's motion passes. So members, moving on to Councillor Farrell. Get up on the screen, please.
All right, thanks, Mayor. I'll take the motion as read. We as a society.
Sorry, can we have a second there, please?
Chair.
Second by Alderman Devaney on the screen. Go ahead, Councillor Farrell.
Thanks, Mayor. We as a society are constantly bombarded with news of ever-increasing energy costs, be it gas prices or electricity prices. It is constant and it is relentless. Everyone is impacted by these price raises. Some can absorb these costs, but many in our society, unfortunately, cannot. Spiraling energy costs, the rising cost of living, and the cruel and callous cut to universal credit has left families and individuals right across the north in an awful situation. The executive needs to act. It needs to agree actions to support people through a very difficult winter. I'm not going to be prescriptive about those actions, but the utility regulator, the Consumer Council, and energy suppliers, we must establish hardship funds to assist the most vulnerable customers. By the way, must be involved in those discussions. Two massive opportunities exist. The British government has the ability to remove VAT on energy bills, and it's important that our executive speaks with one voice on this demand. And there is scope to widen and extend the scope and scale of the winter fuel payment scheme using unspent executive funds. The executive needs to act, and it needs to act urgently. And I note the lead story in today's Irish News, which states Stormont could soon introduce an emergency energy support scheme. So I hope this happens as a matter of urgency, because families and individuals right across the north are crying out for support. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Farrell. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And I want to say we have no problem in supporting the notice of motion coming forward here. And I welcome this notice of motion brought forward by Councillor Farrell. I think it's a very important issue at the moment when we see the price of energy spiralling out of control, increases up to 30%. And may I also add, Mayor, the cost of our living, the cost of food at the minute is spiralling out of control. And I do believe, in supporting this motion, I would say it's vitally important that the executive act to support the people who are suffering at the moment with the energy prices and the food crisis. And, you know, Mayor, we have always heard this issue, you know, we can't afford to heat because we have to eat. There are people going to fall into that scenario now where they can't afford to heat nor eat with the incredible crisis. And I do fear with fuel poverty and food poverty that's facing many people, we are facing a crisis, Mayor, that has never been seen before in the modern era here, because it is crisis here, and it is important to get the message to the executive that they need to act now and act swiftly to address the issue and raised in this notice of motion. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Fred. Alderman Devaney. Councillor Duffy.
Good Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Farrell for bringing forward the motion. Sinn Féin is absolutely committed to protecting workers and families, and unfortunately this winter we are seeing the spiral cost of energy, from gas to oil to electricity. It's a huge cause of concern for us all. As a party, we have been exploring practical ways in which this can be addressed. We have undoubtedly been in the midst of a cost of living crisis, as we see energy prices soar, largely due to global demand issues, at the same time as inflation is rising and food and other costs are increasing. These price hikes do not look likely to be reversed in the short term, and therefore, in Sinn Féin's view, it is imperative that the British government recognise the scale of the crisis and intervene to support struggling workers, families and businesses. This will be a difficult winter for many families, and we need to look at all the measures that we have to try and limit the impact and ensure people can heat their homes and put food on their tables. Sinn Féin have also called on the British government to urgently remove VAT on energy bills during this global price hike in a bid to reduce household costs by at least 5%. Sinn Féin have also asked the British government to explore a windfall tax on energy generators, similar to that which has been instigated and introduced in other European states, and redirect this money towards fuel poverty interventions here. So in terms of the motion, we are happy to support it, but I have a small addition which I have already sent through to the committee section. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Duffy, have you a seconder for that?
Can I have a point of order first, Mr. Mayor, please?
Go ahead.
Can you clarify with the city solicitor, when we do amendments or additions, in terms of the actions needed to be carried out by us as council, does this change anything? Thanks.
2 seconds here, Alderman McCready.
Mayor, thank you. No, looking at it, it doesn't place an additional burden on the council, and it is on the same topic. It doesn't negate any of the actions which are contained within the original motion, so I would think it would be an acceptable amendment.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Members, we have amendment on. Apologies here, 2 seconds. Councillor Ferguson, do you want to speak on the amendment?
Mayor, I'll speak on both if that's okay.
Yeah.
Mayor, we want to thank Councillor Farrell for bringing this motion forward. Families and residents in our city and district are struggling with rising costs, working from home, having to pay extra energy bills, having to take time out of work due to COVID, and the rising costs to things like childcare. January just passed, and last winter we as a council could not keep up with the demand for fuel, food and care packages support. We tried, and through our poverty working group we did try and give extra support to our community structures and local charities. Those groups and charities were inundated with requests for fuel primarily, and food and other support. Now we're looking at an even worse winter with the rising cost to fuel, heating and electric. It's horrendous. Mayor, many times in this chamber we discuss how families and households are having to choose very carefully between food or heat. What will happen to these families? They won't be able to afford fuel for their car, electric for their lights, and now expensive heating has just become made more even expensive. I also fear this will bring many of those families who are just about getting by in the same into the same situation. Those families and households who just about manage to get by paying the bills, they'll fall into a very vulnerable position now too. Mayor, we feel the task force is the least the Northern Ireland Executive could do. It's time for both governments to step in and help. We need mitigations. We need to remove the VAT. We need new green ways to access energy. We need to tackle the loss we have with wind power and our infrastructure. They need to look at ways in which we can bring these costs down, and we need it now. Mayor, we're happy to support the motion and subsequently the amendment because it covers both in our eyes. So happy to support both, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Councillor Ferguson. Alderman McCready.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll speak on both. I support the original one, and on the addition, yeah, happy enough. You query some of the realities of the windfall tax on the energy companies. But hey, it is what it is, and it's for a good cause. So I'm not going to try and counteract the detail of it. So the first thing is, Mayor, is I went to Andy Allen, who's an MLA up around Belfast or somewhere, and does an awful lot of work on community stuff. And he's been very vocal, both in the Assembly and sharing information with ourselves in Londonderry on how do we best tackle this with what we do have and what needs to be done going forward. And he made me aware of a debate in the Assembly, and it took place on the 2nd of November, which I'm going to quote slightly. The Communities Minister confirmed during that debate that the Executive received £13.7 million from the UK Vulnerable Household Scheme, end quote. So money has been given by the British government. Is it a lot? Absolutely not. Is it a start? Yes. More can be done. But I certainly believe the Minister needs to urgently bring forward a support package to support those who face that unacceptable choice, which members have alluded to. Either heat your home or eat. That is an unacceptable and shameful position in a developed country as ourselves to be in, and it needs remedied pretty quick. And there's a stark reality behind all of this, and I think the recent...
Sorry, member, could you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Sure. The BBC Spotlight programme really brings the reality to it. Just the last point, there's three factors which impact on this: income, the cost of energy, and the domestic energy efficiency of the home. That's the crux of all this. And for working class people, this is going to hurt. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hargan.
Thanks, Mayor. I think we're probably running out of ways to describe the challenges that people are going to be facing here through the winter. I don't think that heat or eat sums up what's going on anymore. That's what people were saying prior to the pandemic as a result of welfare reform and how that impacted people. I think what we're seeing now is people will not be able to heat or eat, and that's the challenge many people are facing looking into the winter. And the rising energy bills are driving that, but it's not only that. It's there's a cost of living crisis, and there is going to be a winter of pain. Now, the motion has a lot of good proposals in it. Proposals that that are geared toward action. But to be honest, like the executive parties have known that energy prices were out of control for a long time. And the idea now that they're going to set up a task force is a bit late to deliberate on what to do. Everybody was talking about increased energy prices well before they were announced by the companies, because they told us it was going to happen. So this is about inaction by the Stormont executive, and of course Westminster, when it comes to defending and standing up for ordinary people. So now we're getting a whole series of last minute proposals from executive parties when this should have been done months ago, to actually give people a sense of confidence that somebody was looking out for them. So the main thing I think is that there's lots of ways to fund a winter fuel payment scheme. There's an existing scheme that could be expanded, that we could set up a new scheme. There's different ways to raise revenue. We can shake the magic money tree. We know it's there. The VAT, I think one option is obviously to cut that. It makes a good headline, but I've talked to a lot of people.
Sorry, member, could you bring your remarks to a close, please?
That will only reduce. That's a minuscule cut or a minuscule saving. So we need something much bigger here, and I think that we have to come up. Stormont has to think of a big initiative here to actually protect people through the winter. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Fred. And last on the amendment is Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me back in just to speak on the amendment. Look, we have no problem in supporting the amendment. It ties in neatly with lobbying our executive for funding, and if it means lobbying the UK government for funding and help as well, it's vitally important. And this is above politics. This is about the well-being of everyone who finds themselves in fuel poverty or food poverty across Northern Ireland at the minute. And Chair, we have no problem with the amendment. We're supporting it.
Okay, thank you, Fred. So members, on the amendment itself, I don't hear any dissenting voices on that. Anybody want to abstain or against that amendment? Please let me know in the chat box now. Okay, members, the amendment passes. Going back to unanimous motion now. Councillor Farrell, do you want to sum up?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And very briefly, in our roles as councillors, we are dealing and helping the most vulnerable people in society on a daily basis. And these rising energy costs are going to make people more vulnerable. The constant news of future energy cost raises are just these repeated kicks in the teeth. And it's really, really difficult for people. So in terms of the Sinn Féin amendment, totally agree with it. I referenced the VAT cut by the British government in my speaking notes, so fully support that. So the executive needs to act, and it needs to act decisively. Otherwise, vast swathes of society are going to face a winter of discontent. So happy for the broad support across the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Members, I'm not hearing any dissenting voices on us here. Anybody looking to abstain or go against the substantial motion, let me know in the voice on the mailbox or on screen here. Nope. I'll take that as unanimous. Okay, members, the time is now 10:25, and where we have two more motions to get through, and agenda is 12, 13, 14. So I'm going to take a 10-minute comfort break here. So I'll see you back here at 11:25. Okay, members, welcome back. So we're going to move on now to Councillor O'Neill's motion. So
Thanks, Mayor. Can I take the motion as read and ask for a seconder?
yeah, can we have a second there, please? And happily second by Morgan. Okay, go ahead, Councillor O'Neill.
So obviously, because we have just discussed this issue, I have made an amendment, which I've emailed through to council there, just to remove the third paragraph about writing to Stormont, because we're doing that as per the last motion. So can we just make that amendment before I speak to this?
2 seconds.
No, not that one. The one before it. Sorry. Okay.
Just 2 seconds to get this on the full screen now. Yeah, happy enough. Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, I do actually think this issue is serious enough that it is deserving of further discussion. Following the last motion that was brought, and fuel poverty, it's a combination of three factors: low income, high energy prices, and energy insufficiency. And this coupled with the cold winter that we are experiencing right now, and now with the COVID crisis and the government advice to stay at home and work from home, it is the perfect storm that had been forewarned. And last year, after accounting for COVID deaths, there were 900 excess winter deaths, a third of which are attributable to people living in cold homes. And it really is well understood that delivering good, warm homes creates jobs, it reduces carbon emissions, and it eases pressures on our health and social care service, as well as allowing people to live better lives. And the thing is, excess winter deaths are preventable. However, for some reason, they seem to be accepted here. On top of these preventable deaths, we know that many more people will have suffered the preventable health impacts of living in a cold, damp home. Cardiovascular diseases are one example, which are directly linked to exposure of excessively low indoor temperatures for long periods of time. And children who are living in cold homes are more than twice as likely to suffer from a range of respiratory problems. It's estimated that a lack of adequate insulations means that around £1 in every £4 currently spent on heating homes here is wasted, and energy efficiency improvements offer a tried and tested, cost-effective approach to alleviating the hardships on fuel per households. That's why we need to embark on a mass retrofitting of homes, and this motion looks at those longer-term solutions that we need, as well as council acknowledging the urgency of this crisis. Our current home heating schemes, they don't go anywhere near far enough to what is needed. And like the system here is completely letting people down in terms of fuel poverty. Stormont have not acted yet. And, I don't know if we can be confident that they will act effectively. Community services on the ground are doing an incredible job in trying to respond to this emergency situation as our national energy action and advocating for support and solutions. But this situation has been brewing for many, many years, and no systemic changes have been done to properly address it. We're waiting on. We've got a fuel poverty strategy. We're wondering what Stormont, the executive, are doing, they have done to actually prepare for this crisis. And there are emergency measures that can happen and need to happen urgently. Some were dealt with in the last motion, They might get people through this winter. However, we still need to look at the long-term solutions, which is why this motion looks at the mass retrofitting at homes and the renationalisation of energy companies. Like, we can't forget that energy companies were once publicly owned until their sale in the 80s and 90s. And for us to create the clean, green, decentralised energy future, the national grid needs to be brought back into public control. And communities all around the world are bringing energy into public ownership for lower bills, more renewable energy, and to combat corporate power. So, like in Germany, public council-owned energy companies supply around half of the market. So there are solutions that happen across the world. This really is a critical moment for people in fuel poverty and for the Stormont executive. And you know, we need to make sure that more lives aren't lost to this preventable problem. And we need emergency action as well as long-term planning so we're not in the same situation next winter. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Sandra Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor, again. And just to say that we are happy to support the motion. I had a small amendment, but I'm not going to bring it because it was similar to the previous amendment, which was passed. I also feel that many of the points in relation to this motion I have made in the previous motion, so I don't feel the need to repeat them. We and Sinn Féin are happy to support all the actions outlined. Absolutely, the hardship fund should be utilised to address fuel poverty where we can. And in relation to the retrofitting of properties, that is something that Sinn Féin have been calling for quite some time as part of the green recovery. Sinn Féin feel that it is an essential part of any economic recovery, creating decent green jobs, tackling poverty, and rapidly reducing our emissions. So, to be brief, we are quite happy to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor McKenna.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in there. We fully support what Councillor's motion has stated there, and really there's not really much to add, except I wonder maybe we consider going for fuel banks for, I know it does work in some other areas, like Margaretfeld, I believe they have a system that they use where they're able to get fuel cheaper by buying it in bulk and distributing it throughout their district to other people that sort of need it. I wonder, could we maybe sort of look at that as well? Although I don't wish to put an amendment in, I just thought I'd like to raise it. Thank you very much, Mayor, for bringing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKenna. Councillor Riley. Councillor Riley. Members, can you hear me okay?
I can
Yep,
anyway.
I can hear you,
I
Mayor.
can, Mayor,
Boss
yeah,
here.
yep.
Thank goodness. I'm going to move on now. If Councillor Riley comes back on, I'll bring him on. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. And look, we in the DUP have no problem in supporting the notice of motion here and all it entails here. And look, we understand we need to protect our most vulnerable people within our community. And look, as we look at the hardship fund and that's how that may ease some of the problems and around fuel poverty. In my time in council over this last decade, we've promoted this green energy, windmills and everything else, and we were always promised there would be cheap energy. But as we sit in a crisis today, as I said earlier on, we're in the midst of a crisis. It's difficult to see where we're going to get cheap energy and when prices may come down, and it is a worrying factor. But I do appreciate, look, if there's any initiatives out there, I've heard of streets going together and they get oil cheaper. If those sort of initiatives can be promoted through even our council website or Facebook or whatever, we would welcome it. The only thing is, look, I do have a bit of concern. I'm not just that sure that if these energy companies were back under public control at the moment, would the energy be any cheaper? Just wary of that at the moment, but happy to support the notice of motion, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Alderman Devaney. Alderman McCready.
Thanks, Mayor. I welcome and support the motion. All my points from the previous one remain extant for this one as well. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Ready on now?
Yes, Mayor, thanks for bearing with me. I lost signal there for a second. Mayor, first of all, thanks to Councillor O'Neill for bringing this motion forward this evening. Just in keeping with other speakers, I plan to reduce, reuse and recycle. I know she's reduced it in terms of taking out the middle paragraph. I'm going to recycle a statement from Sinead McLaughlin MLA, our party spokesperson, who introduced our own energy policy earlier this week, and it's there on our website and available on Twitter for people to look at. And then in terms of recycling, just to recycle some of Councillor Farrell's points that he made in relation to when he was speaking to the earlier motion that he had about the need for the executive to really take on to do something about this, because as others have said, there is a need to ensure that people are protected as they face energy rising costs that are far and above normal pressures, but compounded by other pressures that are on them in terms of cuts to universal credit and other things like that. So happy enough to support the motion, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor O'Neill for tabling this.
Thank you, Fred. Councillor Ready. Okay, members, I'm going to have Councillor O'Neill now to close off.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the members' support for the motion. I think this is something that we should continue talking about throughout the year. And I know that kind of in my preparation for this motion, I in my parents' house I put my hands in a book about fuel poverty in Ireland from the 90s, which were saying many of the same things that we're discussing here today. And it just shows you that we're reaching that tipping point where we can no longer afford to do nothing on this crisis in terms of fuel poverty. And like what I tried to bring across when I was talking about this motion is the health implications that fuel poverty has. Like it literally costs lives, so it does. And we can no longer accept this, and we really do need to put pressure on government for the radical change that's needed. Councillor or Alderman Devaney had kind of asked the question really around the renationalisation of energy companies. And some research has shown that it would save like £3.7 billion per year, because as he pointed out, only 10% of our energy comes from renewable sources. So we're really lagging behind with investment there. So there is so many possibilities, so many good examples of things that are happening locally and across the world. And I think we really need to put our focus and attention at a council level, at a Stormont level, to actually really addressing this crisis, because this is a tipping point, and we're going to lose far too many lives this winter because of this preventable crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Members, I'm not hearing any dissenting voices. I'm going to try to vote. Anybody looking to abstain or against, could you let me know now in the chat box? We're online here. Okay, the motion of Councillor O'Neill passes unanimous. Members, moving the last motion now of Councillor Hargan.
Thanks, Mayor. Can I request this minor amendment? I'll just put it in the chat box there before we proceed.
Wait, 2 seconds here, Councillor Hargan. Yeah, no worries. Go ahead there. And you have a seconder by Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I take the motion as read? Yep, it's all right. And I've got a seconder. Thank you. Okay, yeah, sorry. That mistake was because I actually lifted the what are going to be the April 2022 pay rates for young people, for young workers. So the figure is actually worse in reality from what I put down. So young people, as you can see, are paid even less than I had documented. So I think the first thing to say is, look, we all know our young people are precious, and they are the future, and they will determine what comes to be of our society and world, and a lot is going to be in their hands. And young people have been amazing in recent years in terms of leading the way on so many issues, whether it is climate change, Black Lives Matter, standing up for women's rights, you name it. Young people are at the forefront, and I think that this is only going to increase, because I think that young people are becoming more and more aware of the challenges we face as a society and the need for urgent action. So that is very much uplifting, I think, for all of us to see young people with a desire to change the world and make it a better place for themselves, and for the rest of society. I think we owe it to young people to treat them with proper respect and dignity as well. And I think it's hard to be a young person in the world today. It's probably got harder. There's so many pressures, so many challenges, so many difficulties. And I think, as we know, in this part of the world, young people struggle. Young people struggle with mental health. Young people struggle with poverty. Young people struggle with a lack of infrastructure and opportunity. And so many young people leave here, maybe not planning not to come back, but don't end up coming back because there's just not the prospects for them here. So I think whatever we can do to give people hope, to allow people to thrive, I think we should attempt to do it. And so one of those things is obviously looking at the experience of young people at work. And young people do suffer disproportionately from zero-hour contracts, casual contracts, casual labour, bullying at work, etc., etc. And they do suffer as well disproportionately from lower wages. And these lower wages, I think, are actually substandard. I think that they're exploitative. Paying 17 and 18-year-olds $4.62 an hour, I think, is just unacceptable. Paying people who are 20 and under $6.56 an hour, I think, is unacceptable. I think we can all agree that the minimum wage at £8.91 right now is too low. I think we should have a minimum wage of £15 an hour. But to pay people less than that, I think, is entirely unfair. So I think we as a council should advocate that young people are paid whatever the minimum real national wage rate is, and that we have a policy of supporting equal pay for equal work, no matter what your age is or irrespective of your age. I think we can promote that as a council. I think we also can be advocates for young people, including young people's rights and education and rights, including trade union rights. And I think we should be saying to the executive, look, you should be encouraging or discouraging employers to paying workers these low wage rates. Stormont, as we know, does have the ability to take control of certain minimum wage rates. They got that through the New Decade, New Approach agreement, but they are right now have decided not to do that, even though that was demanded, agreed to. It's not happening. But that is a possible way of doing this. But even short of that, there is a way that the executive can encourage employers to pay workers on an equal pay for equal work basis. I think that that's a proper way of showing young people respect and dignity and actually helping people as well. So I'll stop there, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Horgan. Councillor Jackson.
And I want to thank Councillor Harkin for bringing the motion to the council today, and on behalf of Sinn Féin. but just they call it out what it is. This is legalized pay discrimination, and it's wrong, and it's driving many of our young people away. And we've seen over recent years, quite rightly so, the outrage around the gender pay gap, and that has brought the issue of equal pay for equal work to the forefront of a lot of public debate, and we're starting to see that challenged. But and that type of discrimination is unlawful. But what we've seen here is discrimination against young people is allowed, and it's even legislated for. And we've seen in countries like Germany, Spain, Korea, Canada, and Belgium, they've completely made it illegal. They have sub-minimal wages being paid to young people. And as a party, we've, with the recent political changes in the 26 counties, we've been bringing a bill through the Senate. They do exactly that. They support young people, and they ban any sub-minimal wage. But the reality is, as a council, we should be rightly advocating against young people, any pay disparity and any discrimination of any kind. And as Councillor Harkin alluded to, the Assembly have a responsibility to advocate and encourage employers. But the reality is that we don't have the fiscal powers. We don't have the responsibility to make those changes. We've seen in the 26 legislation actually going through to affect those changes. And whilst we can be advocating for it, the reality is that for us to make
Councillor
the right
Jackson,
change,
could you bring your remarks to a close, please?
bringing it to a close now. If we want the real change and we want a progressive society, it'll take constitutional change on this island, and that's where our focus should be. But we fully support the motion. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Harkin for bringing this motion. This is something that we fully support in Alliance, and this alongside bringing the voting age down to 16. This one in particular absolutely drives me insane. I think, you're right in what you say. Young workers do suffer disproportionately due to low wages, 0-hour contracts, and insecure work, as well as being, bullied and poor treatment, and usually are given the less favourable shifts sometimes because they are young and people see them and having no real extra childcare needs and stuff like that, and this one just annoys me because if a 16-year-old was to move out of home and have their own flat, if an 18-year-old or 20-year-old had their own home, they wouldn't get a discount on their rent, they wouldn't get a discount on their electricity bills, and they wouldn't get a discount on their food bills. They feed into the economy as much as the rest of us, and I do agree with the previous speaker. It is discrimination due to their age, and I think it needs to be gotten rid of. It needs to be legislated against. I think that everybody should have equal pay for equal work. So again, thank you, Councillor Harkin, for bringing the motion. We fully support it.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Alderman McCready.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I welcome the motion. I support the motion. If I can quote a member who just spoke, I think it was Deputy Mayor it was. So I quote, "Our focus should be on constitutional change," end quote. Mayor, I largely disagree. I think we should focus on young people who's working for less money doing the same work, not a constitutional issue. So I'm going to focus on those young people. I think we should continue to encourage them to try new things, get out there, try work. Nothing's easy. They're going to fail, and they're going to fail often, and that's life, and it's a hard lesson to learn, but it's an important one. It's one that we have to pick them back up, learn those lessons, and try again to build resilience and be positive and have a good start in life. But that should be equitable to them. You know, same work, different pay is not good, and it's just plain wrong. So if there's legislative change needs done, then that's what we should pursue. And then there's always that consideration of what next, and the balance. So if they're looking at stakeholders, whether it's trade unions or employers, and then the workforce, balance of experience versus learning on the job, you're being employed and what your output is. And the final point, Mayor, would be if we do get to a point where it's equal pay for equal work, which is what we aspire to for young people, there could be an inadvertent consequence that employers just won't employ young people until they're either through education or looking to come on full time as an adult, where they'll have that experience and all the pros and cons that come with it. So we need to be mindful when we run through this to learn those lessons from the countries which our Deputy Mayor did mention. So learn the good from that, integrate it where we can, and have a better start for young people in life and work. Thanks for the motion, and I support it.
Thank you. Alderman Kerrigan.
Mayor, I think you said me there. Hopefully, Mayor, I'm content to support Councillor Harkin's motion. Apologies, Mayor, I'm outside in the dark here because we might have been switching lights on in Castleberry, but we're in darkness now, so we have no power. So we need to try and make inquiries of NIE. But Mayor, from what I'm seeing here in my notes, I do that note, but I think Councillor Harkin has maybe altered it there, that the minimum wage is $6.56 and $4.62 at present. And I know the motion did word $6.83 and $4.81, but they're not enforced until April 22. But he has amended that. So no, exactly. Support that it should be equal pay for equal work. And again, I know it's all in the way that they're brought up and they're worked at there. I know young fellas there out there doing days work there, particularly there and farming sectors and things like that. And you know, they'll work every bit as hard as a man in the 30s or 40s, maybe more so. So definitely there need to be equal pay for the work that is put in. But Mayor, again, I'm content to support the motion. Again, I would note, yes, I agree, it is often young people there. And as you see, it seems to be young people there that are tasked. I mean, speaking to a young buddy there that I know, and she's tasked to try to come in and the hospitality sector. And again, you'll do the weekend shifts or something like that because Dean's then, you know, that she doesn't have the caring responsibilities. It has been touched upon before, and therefore she can work on a Saturday and Sunday in that scenario. But again, the bullying factor, yes, it can happen to young people. It can happen to them all. I've had two ladies in their 60s this week on to me in regards to bullying at work. You know, so it can happen across all sectors. And again, I'm content enough that yes, there is the minimum wage and it's there and it's potentially should be higher. But Mayor, I'm very much minded in regards to the self-employed sector and in regards to those that are out working. I'm minded of many men there in the agricultural sector, in particular farmers there, and those self-employed businesses, shopkeepers in various roles there, Mayor. And I mean, if you factored in the hours they worked and the profit they're making, they're nowhere near minimum wage. And I guarantee that, and anybody that knows anyone in the farming sector would agree with that, and I would see it from figures. So, as I say, yes, it would be good to get minimum wage, not minimum wage, but equal pay for the young people, and definitely those that put in the effort. But I'm content to support the motion. But again, there's many out there that are working for well below it. But thank you, Mayor. Much appreciated.
Thank you for that, Alderman Kerrigan. Finally, last speaker will be Councillor Riley.
Thanks, Mayor, for bringing me in, and thanks to Councillor Harkin for tabling this here for debate this evening. You know, it is, as he points out, Young Workers Month, and the Trades Union Council has produced quite a lot of research and papers in relation to this particular issue and their priority campaigns. It's no surprise that mental health focuses very much in this year's Young Workers Month. And I know that prior to the pandemic, young people were at the sharp end of 0-hour contracts, harassment, bullying, low pay in terms of their entry into working life. But I think we've seen during the pandemic that on top of that, young people who are working on the front line, and earlier this week we had BBC Spotlight do a piece of young workers in care homes and the difficulties that those people have faced in their early careers. So to see young people then getting discriminated against in terms of the money that they earn for the job that they do, I think it is all the more reason why it's worthwhile that we're debating this here this evening. If you look at the figures that Councillor Harkin has put in relation to the costings, we have people who are effectively working for around half of what other people are getting paid, who are also young people. So having that disparity among people of a young age in what they do is not right. So the equal pay for equal work part of the motion is very much welcome. And I know that I agree with Councillor Harkin when he said about the fact that these figures are the national minimum wage. But we should be looking at the national living wage in terms of being able to give people the right income to live on, and we know that figure itself is too low compared to the rising cost of inflation and the pressures that are on everybody's purse at this stage. So, Mayor, happy with the motion, and thanks to Councillor Harkin for bringing it forward this evening.
Thank you for that. So there's no further speakers here. I'd like to bring in Councillor Hargan to sum up.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks everybody for their comments and insights and support. And yeah, look, I think that there's something wrong if employers are calculating that they're going to pay young people less. And I think that what Councillor Jackson said is right. This is legalised discrimination, where it's legal to pay people much less than the work that they're doing. I think that there's something fundamentally wrong with that. So how do we challenge it? I do think as a council we can play a role in terms of advocating for it. I think we can find ways to do that, especially with our educational partners and working with trade unions, because wherever there's trade unions, it raises the wage levels and terms and conditions for all workers, irrespective of age, because that's going to be part of a negotiation with a collective negotiation with an employer, young people will benefit from that where there's trade unions, but there's a lot of hostility at the trade unions, as we know. Just in terms of, look, I don't think we need to have an attitude as we need to wait until there's a United Ireland to see improvement. I think that, yes, this is something that is happening across Ireland, where there are demands for equal pay for equal work and to treat young workers with more dignity and respect. But it is the case that the Stormont Executive, the Assembly, now has the ability to take control of setting minimum wage rates. That was something that was achieved in the New Decade, New Approach. We passed a motion from this council calling on the Executive to do that. We've heard back from the Executive saying that they're not going to do that. So that would be a way to actually achieve a means of equalising minimum wage rates, so we didn't have legal discrimination. So I think that those parties in the Executive should be pressing for this to become a reality rather than sitting there on the shelf as part of the New Decade, New Approach. And then there's also the option. So I think we can both do. We can advocate for a new Ireland, and we can fight in the here and now for better wages, terms and conditions for everybody. And I think that will give people an idea what a new Ireland can actually look like, rather than.
Thank you.
So anyway,
Councillor Hargan, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Fred. Members, I'm not hearing any dissenting voices in this one. Anybody looking to abstain or against, could you put on the chat box or let me know online here? Members, that is unanimous. Well done, Councillor Hargan. So members, moving for open for information, agenda 12, 13 and 14. Responsive motions, dealing list and any other relevant items. I just have a couple here. I just want to say thank you to all the members for the agreement for December's meeting. I think you all know what I mean. And also for supporting the Mayor's charity too. I really do thank you, members, and hope you all stay safe. And I'm going to this meeting So thank you to Leslie Annie, did a very difficult job tonight too from IT. Appreciate it. So stay safe, members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and good night.
Well done, Mayor. Night night.
Thanks, Mayor.
Right.